Well, hello, my Teaserking family. Welcome to Thursday, February 16th. Another day, another dollar for everybody. Hmm. I've got to get used to getting paid once a month. Normally, you get paid like twice a month or weekly, and so you get a check in. So it's like you get one big check and that pays all your bills. So, got to get used to that. Not much going on. I thought Fields got traded, but apparently he didn't. Shame on me. It said he got traded, and then today I'm reading where this is the offer they can make him, and I'm like confused. Why are they saying he got traded when he didn't? So not sure how much time we have left before the dollar erodes and gold goes through the roof and everything else. We will see. Didn't see much on the videos. Well, let's take a look and see what our gold's doing today. And gold, hey, is that? Looks like it's up a few dollars. It's up $5. Isn't it funny? At 10 o'clock, it drops, and then it's way up. So you could buy it at 18.29 at 10 o'clock, and now it's up to 18.41 at 12 o'clock. This is what I do and everything is the trend analysis, right? That's my specialty. So whenever I do anything, football or we'll do basketball or gold or economics or stocks, you're always looking at the trend. And as I pointed out every day, 10 o'clock, gold goes down, it's fixed by London, and then goes up. Now it's up $6 at 18.42. Let's see what silver's doing. Silver's 21.70. Anybody that believes that's the real price, is out of their minds. And let's see. Hey, Nick, going to buy a 2012 Brady PSA 1049 count. How much for? A Brady PSA 10 2012. Those rookie cars 22, 190. Seems like a good price. The key is you enjoy the card. It's a pretty card. You like it. It's about right. You want to get more of the rookies will give you more value, but that's a good card to get. 49 count. It's a weird number. Like the card, wanted a limited Brady PSA 10. No, that's fine. Well, that's why you get the rookie at the show and then get it graded. All the rookies I have, I open out of boxes. I only got one at the show, was that refractor. And, I wasn't expecting them to have this value that they have. But no, that's fine. But if you do, that's what you get at the show is an ungraded Brady rookie. I have one in, what are they from? Vanguard. And he's in his Michigan jersey numbered with the number, and it says 672. So it's limited to 672 or 692 or something like that. I just pulled it out of the box. So I got lucky, but yeah. Big Philly show in March. Can't wait. Pete Rose, Mike Schmidt going to be there. Pete Rose. Poor Pete Rose. all the bullshit going on, all the game fixes, and he can't get into the Hall of Fame, which is a big joke because he should be in because he had 4,000 hits and he's a great player, not because of anything else. But that sounds like a good show to go to. Maybe I'll see if I can go to Philly in March. Going to have Pete Rose sign my bet slip of Phillies winning the World Series. I'll have them both sign it. Yeah, that'd be good. Now, one thing I wanted to show people is be careful. Like, that's fine, but I want to show the difference between an autograph card and a regular card. And so it comes in this Lawrence Taylor card. So we can talk sports cards. So here's Lawrence Taylor. So we're just looking at Lawrence Taylor's rookie card. So here's his autograph card, and you can see it's 544, right? Autograph, Lawrence Taylor, PSA 10. Then you get into, like here's a couple, $300, $200, Lawrence Taylor autograph. Now we get into not the autograph. So with an autograph, PSA 10, 224. The regular card, PSA 10, 7,200. This is why you don't get that card autographed. You go get a Topps, get an 88 Topps card or a 90 Pro Set card to get autographed. But it kills the value of the card, right? So here's Taylor autograph, $200. Here it's not. They're both PSA 10, 7,200. So be careful about getting, especially rookie cards. Like if you got the Brady rookie card, you never want to get that card autographed. Go get a Pro Set or a Topps 2020 card autographed if you want his autograph, but never. Like when I got Frank Thomas's card autographed, it was a fucking 1993 score worth $2, and then he autographed both of them. But not his Leaf 1990 rookie card. That's $200. I'm not getting that card autographed. So you got to be careful about that. Although what you're doing is fine. It's a bet slip. It's not his rookie card. I don't even know what year. I think it's a 65. And it must be before that because I have his 65 Topps. We're in pretty good shape. But it's I don't think it's his rookie. I don't have his rookie card. Found super old Topps baseball cards in my basement, almost all in mint condition. 4 Nolan Ryans, Hank Aaron, Barry Bonds. Wow, Barry Bonds, that's not that old. That's got to be in the 80s. But the Aaron, Nolan Ryan his rookie card's 68. And the Hank Aaron, my guess is they're 1970s for the Nolan. Now, if it's the Nolan Ryan rookie card, it's the sideways card in 68. Now, that'd be worth a whole lot of money, mint condition. But again, make sure the corners, no stains, and centering. And I know it's going to be very hard for the Ryans and the Aaron to be centered. So if you can get it nice and centered with good corners and no stains, then they'd be mint condition. But be careful. We'll see. Send me a picture. Bet slip signature would be cool to have, and I think it's fun. Thought it was a cool idea. No, that's fine. It's just, as I'm showing you the Lawrence Taylor card, That you got to be careful getting autographed. Like I said, the Frank Thomas card was a $2 score card. That didn't, not hurt the value, but you get the rookie card. And I've seen Montana's and they're getting them autographed. Like, what the fuck are you doing? You think you're getting value, not in good shape. Why would you do that? So be careful getting rookie cards autographed. You probably don't want to do that because it doesn't matter. You just, Joe Montana. All right, here's a 90 Pro Set card. Go autograph it. Why do I want to ruin his 81 rookie, or his 82, or his 83, or his 84? Got the 81s. I got two or three 82s. I think I got an 83. I got a couple of 84s. All the way through. So I was smart enough to get those, and they were all mint condition, and they were all $5 cards. And that's really what you look for. So I was lucky to do that. Rookie, 86 Flair when I was a kid, but I put it in the spokes of my bike. That'll teach you to ride a bike. But you're not thinking when you're a kid. I don't know. I was thinking when I got a kid, I never put them in my spokes, but the problem is I put them in a shoebox, but I put a rubber band around them. So the top 10 cards got kind of the rubber banding thing of it. The middle cards were okay, but that was my mistake. I did put them in a shoebox to protect them because they didn't have the plastics back then. This is in the probably late 60s, early 70s, but I never got a Bobby Orr rookie, which I wanted. I would ask my dad for that, like when he's out. Can you get a Bobby Orr card for me? But that was like late 60s. Was it the 86 Flair? Because I think that's his rookie card. Boy, you really kill yourself. That's over $1 million, that card in PSA 10. Yeah, the 86 Flares, they were so hard to get because they're all off center. I remember going to the show and I bought a bunch of them, Isaiah and Karl Malone and Kareem and Magic and Bird. Finding them centered was a bitch. The only one I got that's a perfect one is Elijah one. And that's worth a lot, but it's the only perfectly centered. All the other ones are just a tad off center. That's why they're so valuable when you do get a 10, because it's so hard to do. That's why the Jordan's worth a lot. And the later cards, these, 2000, 2001, 2003, that's why they're worth something, but it's not hard to get a PSA 10. So if you can get a PSA 10, 1965 baseball, 1968 or 69 baseball or football, those are hard to get perfectly centered. Even I got 284 Walter Paytons that are way off center. I mean, I won't even get them graded because they'll be at best 9 off center. They'll probably be 9s, but they'll be off center and there's no value in it. You cannot, when I see the difference in a 9 and a 9 off center, it's huge. So there's absolutely no reason to get those cards graded. I mean, maybe a 1961 tops. You'll want to get, even though it's off center. You can tell it's off center. It's just the borders on the corner. I have a Babe Ruth 61 Flair. Let's go to that one. Yeah, we'll never find PSA 10s. So 61 tops. So there's a Hank Aaron. I hate when it does it. But you can see how off center it is. Now they grade this as I don't know what they're doing, 1.5. I don't know what an MK is. But look how off center it is from left to right. right? You can see the big border here, and so you see the big border on this side, and then the little border on that side. That's what you're trying to get it perfectly centered. You can also see the corners are dinged up, but that's a 61. But that's what you're keep it. Make sure the corners are sharp and the picture is centered. And these older ones is extremely hard. Now, what did this guy get for this? That's Hank Aaron. Right, he couldn't even get $75 for that card, even though it's a 61 and you think it's worth a lot. It's the condition so bad. Now here's a Mantle All-Star. This is what? PSA 6, so it's not even a good. And he got, a little under $700 is what he wanted. So if you see this at a card show, Nick, and you can see it, even though it's an all-star card, it's Mantle. So if you see it ungraded, but you look and the corners are sharp and the picture's pretty sharp, you're looking at $700 for a PSA 6. So that's what I'm saying. If you can find this in mint condition or really strong condition, you're looking at $1,000 card. And I guarantee you, if it's not graded, the guy's going to give it to you for $50, $75 because he needs the money. 86 Flair. Yeah. Yeah, that's his rookie card. Do you still have the card? Because even if it's unless you really crush it, it'd still be worth $1,000 or more unless you really crushed it. But yeah, probably should have put the Joe Barry Carroll card in your spikes. Hey, Bobby, just got in for a second. Thought you were showing a Bobby Bow card. I can't seem to find you in the 1961 tops. Let's go to the Bobby Bows. So here's Hank Aaron. This is a PSA 3 Hank Aaron, right? 1961, and it's not even worth $150. This is this is a PSA 3. So it just shows you it's the player, but it's all the condition. So this one's obviously beaten the fuck up and way off center. But for 1961, so when you go to the show, Nick or anybody, this is what I look for. These cards, and then in mint condition, ungraded. Because any of these guys that are 8s or 9s in this year are going to be worth a fortune. I have this card, but I have it in mint condition, right? Roger Maris, 61. This is the year he hit 61 homers. See how off-center this is? Mine's perfect. I think I've shown it before. See, it's way off-center, and he's getting $60, and it's a 4. But I got this in sharp corners and perfectly centered, or very, very good centering. It's got to be a 9. It could be a 10 I have. It's going to be worth a fortune when I get it graded. Now you got to be careful. This one looks like a Clemente 61, but it's really not. If you read it, it's a 1998 reprint. So you got to be careful. If something doesn't make sense and you see this card at a card show and you go, why is it only $40? Because it's not the real 61. It's a 98 pretending to be a 61. I really don't like that they did that. So now here's a PSA 7 actual 61, and it's 262, which I think is kind of low for Clemente. But it just shows you that's a 7. So if you and I have this card. So if it's a 9, you can see why it's worth a couple thousand, and you can see why the 10s are worth $1 million because you just can't find it. Again, it goes to limited supply, and because there's probably 5 of them that are 10s, that's why it would get the big bucks. Plus, it's Clemente. We'll have to check what Bobby Bow's going. Bobby, were you in the 1965 tops, Bobby? Maybe you got in there. Let's see. Here's a Johnny Unitas. I don't think I have this card. I have his 59, but you can see it's a PSA 2. I mean, it's just garbage. Look at the centering. Look at the far side. This over here is beaten up. Corners aren't sharp. And it's, he couldn't get $30, but that's my point. You can find cards like this with these names at the show, centered and decent corners, and it's going to be hard to find, but if you can find it, you're looking at a whole lot of hidden money that you don't realize. All right, let's see if we got any PSA 9s just for shit and giggles. PSA 9. Let's see. Like here's a Nelson Fox. I've heard of him. $600 for Nelson Fox, PSA 9, 1961. Here's a Don Drysdale. It's $1,000. Bobby could hit Don Drysdale. That's $1,000. So there you go. And he's a secondary star. Let's see if we get a star in here. Not a lot of stars in 1961. Anyway, let me see about my Babe Ruth. Okay, so I have this card. It's not a 9, but I do have it. So that's $1,500 for a 9 Babe Ruth. It's a 61 Flair. I think I have this as an 8. So I probably paid $20 at a show in 1990. Said, oh, I got a Babe Ruth card. And it's just like an insert into the set. Sort of like if you find a Montana now in 2023. It's not his playing card, but I did get that. And there's one with Ted Williams on it, which I think is a 1960. Yeah. There's one with him and Ted Williams. That might even be a 59. Anyway, so keep an eye on getting these cards that are not graded, that are stars, okay, we can let's look at a Bobby Bow PSA 10 if there is any. We got a Topps Tiffany, which is a very rare limited card. You're only worth $40, Bobby. Why is that? You need to go out and do something to get that card value up, right? So let's see, Bobby Bow. Oh wait, this won't matter because it's his rookie card. Where are the pictures? There's a Patrick Mahomes. This is a PSA 9 Patrick Mahomes, but I think it's his rookie. It's a 2019. This is graded 9, but this might be what you want as a 10 or find at a card show where it'll be worth a lot if you can get it. I can't see the picture of the card. Oh, here we go. Oh, good-looking fella here, Bobby Bonilla, Pirates. Terry the team. Let's look at Bobby's background for I can't read this, Alexandria Prince William. Oh, you played for the Prince, then the White Sox, and then the Pirates. I can't, it's kind of blurry. 425 at-bats. This is 81 through 86. You only got 400 at-bats? Jesus. No, oh, no. No, you got more than that. You got 500 on Alexandria. Oh, those are major league. Okay. In the major leagues, you had 425 at-bats, 109 runs, 14 doubles, only 3 homers. That explains a lot. 43 RBIs, batting average 2. What is this? 2. I can't tell. 2 something. Looks like 2. We'll say 296, Bobby. We'll give you a helping hand. So that's Bobby's take right there. There it is. There's the man so when you can see those numbers coming up, you know you got a superstar. Outfield, first base. And that's it. Bobby played paddleball in his leisure time. What's paddleball, Bobby? Well, yeah, things you should learn on a baseball card. Bobby played paddleball. Paddleball. Is that like racquetball? Like, why didn't you just play racquetball professionally? I knew a guy named Mike Yellen played professional racquetball, which I didn't know existed. I don't know what do you make, $5 playing that? It just doesn't compute to be a professional racquetball player. What else do we got, Bobby? Bobby on his White Sox 86 traded card, $34. Poor Bobby. 89 Topps Tiffany. There you go, $65 for that one. So you're better off with the later cards. Nobody wants your rookie card. Is this you getting your own card graded, the PSA 6 for $1.30? Is that like your dad getting it graded? Who puts down a PSA 6, Bobby Bo? Let's see if we can get a later one. Let's see if we can get all the stats of Bobby Bo. Well, PSA 10. Let's go PSA. Let's just go PSA. Let's see if we can figure out when he like a late card, 19 something. 86. Oh, there you go. Bobby Bo signed official American League Baseball. Signed by our Bobby Bo. $40. I'm sorry, Bobby. All right, let's see. Let's see. Oh, here's a Topps Desert Shield. Now, those usually have big values, but well, it was an SGC 9 for $39. 86 flare. So you're about $20, $30, Bobby. Let's see if we can get a bigger one. Here we go. 93 finest most are refractors. You pick BGS 9 ungraded Randy. What is that going to do with Bobby Bo? You might be in the title. 87s, 88s, 91, Desert Steel, 93 Upper Deck. You're worth 80. Bobby Bow. I like the little card here. Bobby Bow. Almost $80 for a 93 Upper Deck collectible. There you go, Bobby. Here's a coin. You didn't do well in coins. 88, 325. Do they like give you the coins? Like when you do something like that, do they give you? Here we go. PSA 10, 1989, Bobby Bow, coins card, $200. There you go, Bobby. That'll make you feel better. $200 roughly. Best offer was accepted, but the guy did put it out for $200. There you go, Bobby. It's got you in the Pirates. I thought you were on the Mets by then. Okay, 89. That's it. I don't even see like a 1995 or 1997 card. That's all right, Bobby. You got something there worth $200. T.O. is in the Hall of Fame 2018 inducted. T.O. Terrell Owens? They screwed me out of the Hall of Fame. Now I know how T.O. feels. Oh, okay. That's what you're responding to, right? You shouldn't have said that, Ryan, because now Bobby's really upset. Let's put him in with the Mark McGwire class. So if Bobby didn't do steroids, he'd be in like McGwire, Sosa, Bonds, Clemens, all those guys. So Bobby, that's why Bobby's not in. He did steroids, even though he didn't. But somehow it got out. I think Jose Canseco fingered you. Said you did steroids, and that's why Bobby's not in. All you got to do is be an announcer on like Marshall Faulk, who's not a Hall of Famer, but he does that game day. And so everybody on the panel gets in. They all vote each other into the Hall of Fame. Michael Irvin, Kurt Warner. That's such a joke. Oh, you do TV? Yeah, come on, you're in the Hall of Fame. If Phil Simms gets into the Hall of Fame, I'm moving to Canada. Talk about a guy that sucked. Oh, my God. Can anybody explain why Coach Cowher is on the NFL doing analysis? Like, I don't even understand the five idiots that come on before the game and at halftime. Boomer and Sims and Coach Cowher. He doesn't have a name. His name's Coach. Is that his first name now, Coach Cowher? And then the other, I don't even know the other guy. What's his name from Nevada? What is that? They're like a bunch of fucking idiots. They do one little game, they do one highlight of one game, and then it goes to this. None of them say anything. Talk, but they don't say. Tony Romo will be in the hall. Oh my God! Please don't even joke with me on that. He was good, fumbling that snapback on that Seattle playoff game. How many playoff games did he win? None. And then what kills me is when he does the game, he acts like he actually knows what's going on. But when he played, he choked all the time. He had no clue what was going on. That's what I love about these announcers. They're so stupid. And now Chris Collinsworth got his son. Oh, okay, yeah. I'm sure you're there because of your own work. And that's why I showed you that Ohio State game with Chris Schenkel and Bud Wilkinson, where the USC game had Keith Jackson and Woody Hayes. Yeah, now you got Tony Romo and Jim Nantz. Like, oh my God. Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Oh my God. Yeah, if Tony Romo goes in, I'll never go to the Hall of Fame. I mean, it just cheapens it. Okay, I get Barry Sanders and Emmett and Gale Sears, Peyton. Absolutely should be in. But then you cheapen it with these other, I think they showed the Hall of Fame class. It was no Hall of Famers. and they had 7 guys like, well, offensive linemen and defensive linemen, and guys like these aren't Hall of Famers, fellas. Sorry, I hate to break it to you. So now they're just putting people in the Hall of Fame for no reason. They're not Hall of Famers. They're not exceptional player. Hall of Famer is an exceptional player, not just some average guy. Let's put Jackie Slater in. He played tackle the Rams. Oh yeah, sure, he should be in. I mean, what are you kidding me? So that's the big problem with that. But so if you go to the card show, what you want to do, don't ever get your Lawrence Taylor cards autographed. That's rule number 1. The 82 Topps rookie cards. You can see the value was $250 versus $7,200. I have 3 Lawrence Taylor rookies. One of them's a little bit out of focus. The other one's perfect, a little bit off center. So I'm hoping I get one of the. I don't know how much out of focus is going to be. It's a little bit out of focus. Is that going to kill me or not? But we'll see. But his value, he doesn't have a lot of value for being Lawrence Taylor. He should have a lot more value. Like Montana's $100,000, Lawrence Taylor's $7,000. Jerry Rice is $100,000. It just doesn't make sense. But I think there's more than 82 Topps than the 81 Topps. Now the 86 Topps, the Jerry Rice, I think I had a hard time finding a centered one there. Real hard time. So I showed you those videos yesterday to watch. I didn't see the guy on today. Nothing. I didn't see a whole lot of news on YouTube for our guys. Some other morons were on. They realize there's a debt ceiling, and the idiot Yellen. She doesn't know what the fuck day it is. So I'm hoping they're actually printing new dollars, because if Putin says get off the dollar and they get off the dollar, you got to have some new dollar in the background, so we will have something to go to the grocery store with. Because otherwise you're fucking a lot of people over. Ryan, this year's Hall of Fame class looked pretty weak. There were some decent players, but I don't think Hall of Fame. Well, that's what I'm saying. Bobby, here lifting weights and damn near stopped midway through a rep to laugh when Professor said, now they just don't anybody in the Hall of Fame. Well, I mean, isn't it? I mean, they're doing it just to do it. There's no qualifications. And yet what pisses me off is they keep you and McGuire and Bonds and Sosa and Clemens out because supposedly you did steroids, which were legal. I don't get the problem with the steroids. You guys drank alcohol. I mean, that's legal, and you played, or you smoked pot. I mean, I don't get the problem with taking steroids. They're just painkillers. You don't hit. McGuire didn't hit 75 home runs because he was on steroids. They didn't make him hand-eye coordination better. They healed him, but so does painkillers. But everybody takes the shot in the knee or in the shoulder to get ready for the game in the first place. So nobody should be in the Hall of Fame because, in football, they all take shots so they can play. Mahomes probably shot up his ankle. Maybe he shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. That's about how stupid it is. You ever seen the WWE Hall of Fame? No, but I do see some of the speeches that they give. I always laugh at that. They literally put anyone and everyone in there. I remember they out Drew Carey in their Hall of Fame. They put in Drew Carey. Oh my, Jesus. A lot of the Raiders and Steeler players in the 70s did steroids. They're all in the Hall. Well, but again, it's a different sport, but I agree with you. Well, I think everybody in the NFL did steroids. I mean, I know Mike Webster did, but I guarantee you all the players do now. I mean, that's different. You're in a car wreck. You have to, but you're doing it so you can play. It's like a painkiller. Baseball, I don't understand what is wrong with McGuire taking the steroid, or Bonds, or you, or Sosa. What I don't get what the problem is with it. And these guys, see, this is the liberals. Like, oh, it's not fair that they like. Believe me, if they took it, everybody else took it. only a moron would not take, I would assume Derek Jeter took it. Oh my God, yes, him. If Alex Rodriguez took it, why wouldn't Jeter take it? So if you're letting anybody in, you got to let everybody in or nobody in. How do you assume Jeter didn't take it? How do you assume, whoever else you want to assume didn't take steroids? Nolan Ryan probably took steroids. Koufax needed them because he crushed his arm. But what's the problem with it? I mean, like I said, Mantle was a drunk. He got in. I mean, if you didn't get in, you wouldn't have a Hall of Fame or Mays or Aaron, but I'm sure they all took something. It's a physical game. You have to do it to play, but it doesn't affect your ability. McGuire wasn't better, or Socia could not hit better because they're on steroids. It's not like it made their vision, 20/20, and they could see the seams on the ball coming down. I mean, they hit the ball if they're on steroids or not. It didn't matter. So that's really just, I don't get those people. First of all, why are they voting? Why do you have the newspaper guys voting? That needs to be changed. And then there should just be qualifications. Oh, yeah, you hit 70 home runs. Yep, you're in. Oh, you hit 220. You're probably not going to be in, even though you're an announcer somewhere. Bobby, WWE put Coco Beware in their health. Really? Oh, my God. He was a nothing. He was a fill-in. I watched something on Tubi yesterday about the real life Macho Man and Miss Elizabeth. It was very good. And it was tragic the way she died on a drug overdose. And then he died driving into a tree. But they said they loved each other, but it was not really an act. He was a psychopath, a control freak. She was a little girl from Kentucky, and but they weren't really married. And a lot of it was, part of it was an act, but part of it wasn't. They were married in real life, so it was kind of tragic. But it was a good watch if you have Tubi, which you should if you have Roku. I don't remember what it was called, but there's a bunch of them about these wrestlers that died, and the Dark Side of the Ring, I think it's called. But it's a good watch. At least the Macho Man Elizabeth one. Ryan, you should have to have absolute proof at the very least. You don't keep someone out because someone said this person did steroids. Hey, Phil. I love Tubi. They have great obscure horror flicks from 70s I enjoy. Yeah, they have a bunch of like strange movies, and every once in a while they'll have a good one. I saw The Devil's Brigade was on a couple of weeks ago. I hadn't seen that movie in a while. I don't mind the commercials, although they're starting to get 6 commercials on me. But yeah, a lot of good movies on it, a lot of different movies, but they're, you get down, it's better than YouTube because the commercials aren't as bad. So you're like, and again, the only reason I still have Netflix is because of Money Heist. Outside of that, I wouldn't have because they keep showing the movies. Okay, Lord of the Rings was on. I wanted to watch it because I left it in Alabama. So I just had this urge. I want to watch it. Boom, it's on. But that's how I control things, right? And I watch it. Now what am I supposed to do? Watch it, 5 times? It's fucking 9 hours. It was nice to watch it once, but yeah, I'll probably watch it one more time. But then what do I do with it? This is the problem with Netflix. They should be like Blockbuster. Just choose what you want. Choose your video. Okay, put it back. And you get unlimited use of the movies. I don't need to see Lord of the Rings 15 times, nor could I, who could watch it. But then you don't get the refresh, right? This is it. You get 10 movies you like. Okay, I watched the 10. Okay, I don't want to keep watching the same 10 movies. Let's move on. And that's where they need to give you the options. Like Tubi, I notice gives them puts them on and then takes them off. I saw like FX was on, which I like the special effects guy. That's like from the 80s, but it was a good movie. No, I'm not going to watch it 15 times, but stuff like what I really likes watching is Basic Instinct 2. It's such a it's very clever the way she does it. So I kind of take notes. If a girl does, Sharon Stone, then be careful. But I like that movie, and that's on Tubi too. Anyway, so if you're going to the show, be careful. You want to get, like now I would get definitely Pat Mahomes cards. You can't get the other guy. I would not get Jalen Hurts because he hasn't done anything. If you look at Lamar Jackson's cards, they're all down, and Tagliabuelas aren't worth anything. And Lauren, until you win a Super Bowl, you have no value. Just look at Dan Marino. His rookie card's $4,000. Montana's is $100. Rice is $100. Marino's should be a lot more. I think always is 20 or 30,000. If you don't win the Super Bowl, it doesn't matter. You're not gonna look at Brady's, right? So don't fuck around. Just okay. Mahomes won 2 Super Bowls. I'll buy it. You maybe buy Burrows on the if come because you think he's gonna win 2 Super Bowls, and you go from there. But otherwise, just wait till they win the 2 Super Bowls. It's like my gold thing, right? At 10 o'clock, I don't want to buy until I start seeing it do this. When it turns and starts going up, then I jump in. But when it's going down, I don't guess. And when it, until it starts going up, I don't want to buy the gold. And that's how every gold stock is. It's the same graph as the gold graph I show you. So with the players, it's the same thing. Don't buy them until they win the Super Bowl. Then it'll start going up. But that's what you want to do. You don't want to go the other way. Phil, the Eagles may sign him to a huge deal. I think he is on the last year. 350 has been rumored. What the fuck are they paying these guys $50 million a year for? What is that? Well, I guess part of it is we can see that's what the inflation is. It's worth about 20 grand and Bobby in the 70s, right? And that's what the inflation is. It makes all these billionaires really aren't billionaires. Again, the value of this is nothing. That's the secret of the gold and silver to the roof, is because they've been keeping it down. So it'd be like keeping the quarterback salary at $50,000. And then you see it's really worth 50 million. And that's what we're going to get in gold, right? It's you keeping it down, but not where it should be. If that goes, gold should be, right around there. But that's what they're doing to gold and silver. It's obvious. Everything else is up. But all these guys that are millionaires aren't really millionaires. It's their stock that goes to 500 a share that isn't worth it. What was I reading? Somebody else, BlackRock's laying off people. JP Morgan's laying off. Yeah, everybody's getting let go. So the depression's here. It's just they don't want to say anything. Like Biden doesn't want to admit we're in a recession. We're in a recession. And if Putin does what he's going to do, which is look, he's got nothing to lose. You're already at war and you're already putting me on sanctions. So fuck you. So I'm going to put my dollar on gold. And nobody will want your dollar. Again, I was really dead on yesterday going, that's what the competition is. The competition of this is gold, not any other currency. And Russia, China figured that out, and they have all the gold as the competition. That's what's going to drive us. And we'll be buying an island real soon. Nick was going to try a new coin guy because my original one is all out. Well, get ready for that. However, he only sees people by appointment only. He is just afraid of getting nailed when the price drops in a given day. Getting nailed when the price drops. So he's actually doesn't understand derivative gold is paper gold and not the real price, it sounds like. So make an appointment with him or call my guy. My guy, the shipping's not expensive, and I know he's got silver. Gold once in a while. So I don't know, but That's that the only guy in your area, the guy you need an appointment with? So make an appointment with him. What's today? Thursday? Make an appointment with him tomorrow or Saturday. I know the price is down to 21. I'm like ready to buy more. I never once worry that I bought it at 26 and now it's 21. I never ever worry about our gold. I bought for $2,000 a couple weeks ago and it's down to 1880. I never worry about that. I just want to own the gold because I know all those prices are fantasy. So I don't care. It's fucking gold. We don't care about the values. Not only, guy, just when I called, thought it was interesting and wanted your thoughts. You can make it up. I mean, does he charge sales? He shouldn't charge sales tax, but some of them try to do. Does he charge sales tax? If you go there, there's no shipping because you hand him the money and off you go, and really get his prices. So today, as I read, let's see. So if we look at gold and silver, so look at it from 10 o'clock on. So what happened at 10 o'clock that made it drop all that and then come back? That's where the fix is, right? You guys think football games are fixed. This is fixing. Every day at 10 o'clock, the drop, the reset. So what they're doing is resetting the price. And then here come all the buyers. So it went from 1829. So it's 1844, the first spike right here. Then it goes down to 1829. It goes down $15 at 10 o'clock to 1829. And now it's at 1844 again at, what are we at, 130. So this is the biggest no-brainer, and this is the biggest price fixing. This makes Madoff look like a junior high student. Just wait for that 10 o'clock, wait for it to go up, and then boom, and then I'd probably sell it right around now. I'd keep my eye on it at 1844. Well, if I made my $15 at 1,000 shares, I'd be thank you very much, and off I go. So if we look at what silver did, it's at 2172. Now it moves in dimes, so it went from 2177. Oh, look, the 10 o'clock dropped to 2144, and now it's 2172. Now I just paid 25 for it last Friday, I think, for those buffaloes I showed you. I don't give a fuck because first of all, you can't buy it at this. You can go to any store in the world. You're not going to get it for 21. The best you're going to do is get the bullion at 25 or the actual silver coins at 35. Why pay 35 when you can pay 25? Because look what it says. It's an ounce of silver. That's what this is. The silver price, not the American Eagle price. This is the silver price. If you own an ounce of silver, that's all we give a shit about. We don't care. So that's why I'm sorry I confused you yesterday, Phil, but that's really what it is. So if you can get, so 21.70, they're going to mark it up $4. So I can go to the store now and get it for 25.70. Do I care? No. Do I care if it, this is not real. Okay, so that's the first thing you got to realize. This is not real price. The price is $2,000 an ounce, the real price. The price but people are buying it because they can get it. Nobody can get it for that, 21.70. They're getting it for 25. Those are contracts that are options that they're selling silver they don't have, which I don't understand how you can do that. They're selling 1 million ounces of silver they don't have. I'd like to meet the guy who's buying it, who doesn't get it, who doesn't take any silver. I'd like to understand that whole concept. Because if I'm buying something, if I'm buying my Canadian Club, I fucking expect to get the bottle and not say I bought it, but where's the bottle? Well, we weren't selling the bottle. What do you mean you weren't selling it? You did sell it. That's why price went down. So I don't care. The goal here is to buy ounces. and knowing the price is 2,000 and not giving a fuck that it says 2170, even though you can't get it at 2170. But because it's so cheap, everybody keeps buying it. And eventually, very, very soon, there's not going to be any to buy. That's what I'm warning you about. You're not going to be able to get it. And then the price is not going to stay at 25.70. You're going to put a few zeros after that, and off you go. Now, Phil, I owe you a look at the Cougaran, don't I? I'll take a break and get that. Let's see. All right. So Phil, what's that guy think he is? A tattoo artist or a doctor? Make an appointment to buy metals? I agree. I mean, just I walk in the store. There's guys there. They all know me, and it's either gold or silver depending on what they have in inventory. And I ask for the price sheet. And they show it, and I go, okay, give me a 1/10 of an ounce, give me a 1/4 of an ounce, give me 20 silvers, and off I go. Nick, also, what would be a fair premium to pay over 21 for silver? Just want to make sure I'm doing the right thing. There's no such thing as a fair premium, Nick. What you should be paying probably is $4 over for the buffalo, for the bullion. So if you're just buying an ounce of silver, it's about $25. If you're buying the actual currency, which you don't need, the Eagles, the US 2023 Eagles, that would be $35. There's no reason to pay $35 for an ounce of silver because you're not buying it because it's worth $1. You're not going to spend it for $1. You're getting 20, you're getting 25, 27. So I asked the guy point blank, okay, silver is now 2,000 an ounce. And I take them to the $35 an ounce US 2023. How much you give me for it? $2,000. Okay. Here's the bullion buffalo. How much you give it to me for? $2,000. Here's the Cougaran. How much do you give it to me for? $2,000. All of them would get $2,000 if the price of gold was $2,000 from them because it's an ounce of silver. So I said, who the fuck would buy the $35 Eagle? He says, morons, basically. And then he said, which is really strange, shows how stupid people are, when the price goes down like it's going down, we all get up and go buy because we go, oh, I can get it for $25 now. Most people don't do it. They do the reverse. They wait till the price starts going up, and then they get emotional that they won't be able to get it, and then they buy it higher because they don't know what's going on, right? We know what's going on. So when it drops, it's a sale for us. Oh, I can get my ounce for $25. I don't have to pay $30. That's what you're doing because it's $2,000 an ounce. The price is fantasy, but we understand it. Most people don't. Most people think COMEX is real, I guess. I don't fucking know. So they think it's real. So therefore they don't know how to act. I remember some guy killed himself when silver was, way back, and it went down to $6 an ounce, and some guy committed suicide. And the English guy I watched got really offended by it because it was fixed. And then that's when he started going after COMEX, 20 years ago, saying this guy killed himself because the price is $6 and it's not even a real price. That's how blind everybody is. They don't realize it's not real. So Nick, don't worry about the premium. You should pay $25. If you want, I'll give you the number of my guy, and you can call him up and say, what's the buffaloes for? And he'll say 25.70 or 26 or 24, whatever he says. And that's what you can get it for from my guy, but you're going to pay shipping. Or you make an appointment with Dr. Silver there and see what he does, or ask other people. You don't need one guy to buy from. I mean, there's believe me, everybody and their mother is coming out of the woodwork to sell gold and silver now because the demand's high, but they don't realize the price. I would really think about doing a store, which is one way. We buy, but we're not selling, and we buy as much as we can eat, and we buy it at spot. So gold for us is $18.45, not $19.55. So if I go to the store now, I got to pay $100 premium. But if I own a store, I pay spot. It's like the baseball cards, right? I just pay $18.45. So it's as much as I can eat. I pay $18.45 for ounces of gold, and we never sell it. And we just wait for the $50,000 an ounce, and then we start selling it. Or silver. You buy somebody came into your store now, you'd give them $21.70 for the silver. Maybe you give them 22 and round it. That's what you would. That if somebody came into our store with silver, that's what we would pay them is spot. But we would be the only people in the world able to buy it at spot. Everybody else we're going to sell it to is $25.70 or $26.70 or whatever. So keep that in mind. We're trying to collect ounces. We don't give a fuck what the price is. We want to own as many ounces as physically possible, as financially possible as we can get. But when we see it go down, we say thank you. Yeah, Putin's at war, America's about to go bankrupt, and silver's going down. Does that make any sense? Well, tomorrow our guy's does his thing, so we will listen to the other Andrew McGuire tomorrow and see what he's saying about it. But it's fucking a joke. What's strange, Nick Phil? What do we Nick, also it would be fair premium over 21. Just want to know, make sure I'm doing the right thing. Right, Phil? So strange. It is strange, Nick. This is price fixed. That's like the, football games being fixed and the guy doesn't hold and they call a holding penalty. That's strange too, but we know why if it's fixed. So you DCA in and out, Professor? What? Oh God, Bobby, I can't figure out DCA. Phil, when you say if you own a store, you pay spot, is that them buying directly from the mint? Yes, that's them buying directly from the mint or from a customer. So if I walked into my store and said I need to sell silver, the spot's $21.70. That's what I'm going to get. I'm not going to get 25. I'm going to get $21.70. That's the spot. That's the phony COMEX derivative paper price because they're shorting it, which lowers the price, which they're doing on purpose so they can buy it cheap. As if we shorted this and got it down to $5 for the bottle, and Bobby came in and bought it for $5. The problem is that's not the real price of it. It's really $50 to $100, but Bobby's able to get it for $5 because some morons are selling, but they're not actually selling real. They're selling paper Canadian Club. So it is not the real price and that's what we all need to understand. And I'm trying to do a good job doing that. What time does Andrew McGuire go on tomorrow? He's in the morning here, by 9, 10 o'clock in the morning, Detroit time. He's on YouTube. Every Friday, he's on with his buddies. And sometimes they have guests, which I hate because they're always the fucking liberals, the Keynesians who go, he'll talk and they don't understand. And you're wasting my time watching these morons when I want to watch Andrew McGuire's concepts. So I nail them pretty good in the comment section. Like, what the fuck are you doing with these guests? We don't want to get. Now, last week, because Alistair McLean was on, so that I said was the perfect guest. Okay, but then I want to watch the other guy, not Andrew. But Andrew will tell us what's going on, even though he talks in banking and he says, well, the ring fence. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean, the ring fence? It's not English. So you DCA in and out. What is DCA? God, Bobby, what is DCA? So spot again is the price from the mint and the derivative price that JP Morgan comes in at. That's the price fix. We were talking about the appointment for the guy, for the coin guy. Dollar cost averages. Oh, no, I don't dollar cost average this. I might dollar cost average Microsoft, or I might dollar cost average, if I buy Newmont Mining stock, but I really don't care. When I buy stock, I told you, I buy 1,000 shares at $40, $50 a share. It's $47 a share. It goes to $47.70. I sell it. So I don't give a shit about dollar averaging. That's not how I do it. Just like picking football. I don't listen to anybody. I just listen to my gut and my instincts and the way I know how to pick. That I keep picking winners going, this must be successful. They keep winning. And that's the same thing here. So I don't really care about dollar cost averaging because I'm not holding a stock more than a week, but usually I'm in and out in the same day. That's the way to play stocks. Okay, so, but that said, so the problem is like football, right? You play football, the game's Sunday and it's on at 1 and it's over at 4. That's it. You played the game, the game's over. In the stock market, you don't get it for a long period of time because they're going to fuck you. And so that's the problem. So you get in and out. As soon as you make your money, it's in and out. It's like poker. You quit a winner, and you got to do that in stock. But you can make I made about $40,000 buying Newmont Mining every day. 1,000 shares goes up 50 cents. I sell. I make $500. Thank you very much. I didn't make 50,000 in one day. 500 Monday, 500 Tuesday, maybe 200. Maybe I lost one day, so I didn't sell it. Waited for it to go up. Maybe that took 4 or 5 days. Most of the days, you see, I'm showing you the 10 o'clock, right? I just wait till 10:15. Watch the uptick, buy it, watch it go up. Okay, it's up $1. I sell it. And I do that. You do that every day. And, but it started to change with Biden. And all of a sudden the gold went, I had Newmont Mining at like $70 a share, went down to 47. So I got out of it. And now I sold most of it to buy gold and silver because I didn't want to keep fucking around with it. So I have a little bit left in my IRA, but mostly I got out to buy gold and silver. Phil, my crypto portfolio went from 170 in the last 20, went up 170 the last 24. Cashed out, went straight to gold fund. I have going, feels nice. That's how you play it. That's what a winner does. You make your money and you get out. You're worrying me with a gold fund. You don't want to be in stock. You want to be in physical. How about DCA out? Dollar cost averaging out? No, for gold right now, we're just buying gold and silver. You want to own ounces as much as you can. If you're doing, if Phil's in some sort of gold fund, I'd say to get the fuck out soon and get into the physical because there's no ounces there. And the stock market's going to crash. Everything's going to crash because people will need money. So I told you yesterday about the Chinese owning the houses and the real estate. And they had sold $600 billion because they lost their asses in China with the Evergrande, the bankruptcy. And all of China's bankrupt because nobody's in the stocks in China. They're all into real estate. Well, when it went bankrupt, all these guys had all this money in U.S., so all the rich guys from China and Russia and Japan, Germany, they buy stuff here. That's why our prices are high and they all buy. But guess what they're doing? They're all selling because they need the money. So they sell their U.S. houses and office buildings and whatever they have in U.S., real estate, and they're selling it because they need the money, which makes the prices, which makes them all drop. Because they don't have buyers, they're probably just taking whatever they can get for it. So they've lost $600 billion. They sold $600 billion worth of that. That's my point. But that's what's going to happen in the stock market. People will need money, especially the foreign invaders, the Chinese, the Russians, anybody I don't know if the Russians can buy it because of the sanctions, but the Chinese, the Japanese, the Germans, all the Europeans who have money in the U.S. stock market are going to need money. Right? Again, it's expensive to heat your house now because of these stupid sanctions from Russia, and the U.S. is selling them heating oil at 5 times the price that the Russians were. So their costs went up. They need money. What are they going to do? All right, we're going to sell our real estate, and now we're going to sell our stocks. Every stock's going to get hit because these guys are idiots. They don't know to buy the gold stock. They go and buy the mutual funds, where they differentiate their money into 10 sectors because they don't know what's going on. So they'll buy every sector going, well, I'm diversifying. Well, that's bullshit. That's for people that don't understand it. That's like betting on every NFL game. Well, I don't know, so I'm going to bet them all. Well, I'm telling you not to do that. So that's what they do. They diversify their portfolio in stocks. They get killed on half of them. Some of them do well. And, I'm going to play it safe because I don't know what I'm doing. And therefore, you shouldn't be playing if you don't know what you're doing. You shouldn't be playing Texas Hold'em if you don't understand the game, or you shouldn't be playing craps or blackjack or backrack if you don't understand the game. Unless you're an expert at it, why would you put your money into it? So as they sell all their houses that they own in the U.S. and they sell all their stocks that they own in the U.S., all these are going to go down because they're just going to sell. And as we know, their middlemen, their market makers are the ones that buy it, not somebody else. So if I sell 100 shares of Coke and Phil wants to buy 100 shares of Coke, he's not buying from me. I'm selling to a market maker, and Phil's buying from the market maker. So we're all buying from the middleman, not from each other. So keep that in mind. So when the Chinese sell all their stocks, it's not going to, nobody's buying them. They're just going to the market makers. My gold fund is to buy physical gold. Now you're worrying me, Phil. Get paid on Friday and I will make my purchase. We'll probably get a half ounce of whatever is the cheapest gold coin I can find. So your gold fund's what, in the bank? And you're using it to buy. Okay, so when you say gold fund, you're talking about like money in the bank or in your house, in your safe. And then as you go, so you added 170 to your gold fund so you can then go buy physical. Okay, that's fine. I'll get the gold in a minute and I'll show you what to buy. Bobby, DCA out as in the price going up, you take profits. I do that in poker. I do that in craps and blackjack. I don't do that in gold and silver until it gets to the right price. So my price is 50,000 gold. At that point, I might sell an ounce, but I don't know. It depends what I'm going to buy. If this crap's still out there, I'm not going to sell it unless I absolutely need to. Then I'll sell a quarter ounce for 12.5. But in gold stocks, yes, then I get my profit and I say thank you, and then I buy the next day. That's how you play stock market. Nice work, Phil. But yeah, he understands that, Bobby. I think what he's saying, gold fund, it's a safe in his house under his bed, where he takes his profit from the crypto and then puts his money in there. So it's just for gold. Phil, it's not paper gold or any sort of index fund. My gold fund is just money set aside. No, that's fine. That's perfect, Phil. That's a good idea. My gold fund is me saving for gold. Okay. You're telling us you won. You won't sell your gold at, say, 25,000 an ounce. Probably not. Maybe a quarter ounce. If I need the money, or if my girls need some money, and but that's why I have money in my 401k still. I have money in my safe, and then I have all my gold and silver. So my idea is gold at 50,000, we start selling unless there's some reason I need to sell. But with my retirement, it pays the rent and food and all my bills here. So I don't need the money. So to sell the gold at 25K, if I need it, if I want to go on vacation. But what I'm saying is if we go further down the line and this becomes useless and the gold then has a value, I'm going to go buy a household, right? I'm going to take an ounce of gold and buy Bobby's house. Or I'm going to take an ounce of gold and buy a Ferrari or a Mercedes or a half an ounce, however much I need. I'm going to use the gold for that, not necessarily to cash it in. But that's what I'll probably do is buy a house with it. Then I can laugh at the guy who thinks I'm in an apartment and an idiot. Yeah, I think you should sell at least some of it if it gets there, and I have my doubts. Again, gold's going up. It's the dollar going down. So if you're doubting the dollar is going to lose its value and go to zero, just keep watching. What's happening, and I tried to explain this pretty good yesterday, is substitution, right? So people don't want to own this. There's 81 countries that Putin has that don't want in this, but there's no alternative. There's no substitute. There's no competition except for gold and silver. All the 81 countries want to get out of this. Putin's coming out with a dollar backed by gold. So everybody's going to leave this and everybody's going to go to the gold backed currency. This goes to zero. So gold doesn't really go up. Like gold's value isn't going to be 50,000. This value is going to go down to zero or very, very low, which is going to make you need $50,000 to buy the ounce of gold. So an example, gold was $35 an ounce in 71. Nixon takes us off the gold standard, and gold is now $1,900 for an ounce. Did gold go up? No. In your mind, you're not comprehending that the dollar's lost $1,900 in value. What cost you 35 now costs you 1,900. And what I'm saying is carry this out. You got idiots who just printed $10 trillion. So that's what I'm looking at is the 10 trillion fucking dollars just printed. And then so 35 went to 1,900, and now 1,900 is going to go to 50,000 because you've got morons printing trillions of dollars. You've got so many dollars out there. Then when all these countries who have dollars don't want them anymore and they ship it back, now you've got another $50 trillion that's in Britain and Germany and Japan right now that's coming home. And you're going to have all these dollars. Gold might not be 50,000. It might be 100,000. It might not be valued in dollars. It'll be valued at its money in gold and silver. That's merely what I'm saying. That's the point I'm trying to get across. Not necessarily 50,000. That's just an arbitrary number. It could be a lot more than that. Like I said, you can buy a nice $1 million home with 1 or 2 ounces of gold. What does that put the price at, right? So you're kind of getting blinded by COMEX sitting at 1,900. So you're believing that the 1,900 is the real price. That's the first step I'm saying it's not. It's the derivative paper price of them selling 1 million ounces of gold that they don't have to somebody who works for JP Morgan on the other end buying it so they can make their little profit. But there's no no physical gold sold and no physical gold bought. But it lowers the price because there's more demand to sell it than there is to buy it because it's derivatives. It's not real. It's fantasy. So the 1,900 you're looking at isn't real. That's the first step you got to get over, Phil, is that price isn't real. Then we don't know what it is, but we know they printed $10 trillion. That's a fact. And we know the demand is huge in Russia, China, and India, so they can get out of the dollar and have a substitute of the dollar. There needs to be competition and a substitute for it, like we do. If we don't want to spend $3 on a 2-liter of Coca-Cola, we go and we buy 7-Up for $1.59 or whatever. We buy the competition and we substitute Coke for this. And that's all I'm saying. So the only substitute for this is gold because you can't buy any other currency. You can't buy a yen. You can't buy a British pound. You can't buy a Swiss franc or a euro because they're all the same. They're all printed to death. That's the concept you've got to kind of grasp. That will lead you to, the price is low. And then because they're doing phony derivatives, that's not the real price. That's the next concept you have to grasp. And then the third one is, well, why did it go from 35 to 1,900? Well, it's an ounce of gold. The ounce of gold, still the ounce of gold. They're all probably from Julius Caesar. I probably have Julius Caesar's gold in my safe. Okay. It doesn't matter the age of it. It's printed, it's melted down and reprinted, and it says US on it. Big fucking deal. But it says 999 and it says 1 ounce of gold, and that's all we care about. So what I'm saying is because I don't believe the 1,900 is correct, and it's not, it's price fixed. I'm smart enough to understand that concept. means it's worth a lot more. And the demand between the Russia, Chinese, and India is up here. So if the price is here and the demand's here, the price is supposed to meet demand. Who keeps the price down? So if everybody is walking into my liquor store buying Canadian Club and I got it at $50, I'm going to mark it up to $60 because I can't keep it on the shelf, so I can raise the price. $70, $80. Finally at 90, it stays on the shelf. I know what my price is. Well, why isn't the price of gold going up? Because they're fixing it. It's worse than the Mahomes dive, right? It's fixed. That's the problem with it. So that's what I need you to understand, not only Phil, but the whole class, is that so when you look at COMEX, you're not really looking at the real price. It's the Madoff scam, right? Oh, Madoff, I'll make money with Madoff. Like everybody thought. It's the same thing. It's a fucking Ponzi scheme. It's a fucking scam because JP Morgan wants a monopoly on this and doesn't want you in gold. So by keeping the price down, Russia, China, and India are buying it hand over fist at a ridiculously low price. So that's why I come out with 50,000. It's 2,000's not close to the real price. And then as the whole world's collapsing and you can't buy euros, Swiss francs, British pounds, yen, or China yuan, or rubles, there's nothing out there. There is no substitute, right? You've got to own the dollars. So they're buying US dollars for safe haven, but the US dollar is not good either. Now you can go to 1980 and they raised interest rates to 20%. And they said, yeah, but we have $30 trillion in debt. They can't do it. That drives the cost of the debt. So imagine you had a $30 trillion credit card and your interest rate just went from 5% to 10. How much more interest are you going to pay? You can't pay it off, as what's happening now. So you need to go to a substitute, right? So this is gone, but I can't buy any other currency. Means the only thing I can do is buy gold and silver or diamonds or Mantle and Brady cards. You have to buy an asset. Your house is okay, but are you going to be able to afford it as they raise interest rates on you? And your $2,000 payment now is $4,000. Can you afford it? And by the way, you're probably not working because they're laying off everybody because the economy's in the tank, partly because of the inflation and the high interest rates. So that's where we're headed, and they're just not telling us all that, but I understand all that. So that's really what's happening. So what are you telling me, Phil? I think you should at least sell some of it if it gets there, and I have my doubts. What could cause the gold market to collapse? Outlawing it could be one. Anything else you can think of? Everyone racing to your physical gold at 6,000 could be another, right? Okay, I'll take it one at a time. What could cause the gold market to collapse? Nothing. Outlawing it could be one. They're not going to outlaw it. Why would they outlaw it? 1930, now I can get on a plane and go to Switzerland and sell it. So it's a little inconvenient, but they're going to 1099 you. They're not going to outlaw it. Everyone racing to sell physical at 6,000 could be another, right? No, that's not right. Why would everybody race to sell it at 6,000? Do you actually think it's going to go to 6,000? I don't think it's going to go to 6,000. I think it goes right to 20,000 or more. But here's where you got to understand demand, right? The demand is huge as it starts going. And what did I say? When I go to the coin store and the guy sees the price go up, everybody runs in to buy gold and silver because the price is going up. Instead of coming in today when the price is down, nobody's coming in to buy. But when the price goes up, everybody runs in. Well, when the price hits 6, look at the Montana rookies, 100 grand. Look at the Jordan rookie. It's what, $1.5 million. There's demand. There's plenty of demand for gold because it's the only safe haven. And as far as it being outlawed, it's not going to happen. It's just we will go to another country to sell it. What are they going to say? You got to turn it in? Okay, I'm not going to turn it in. I get on a plane and I put some in my pocket and I go sell some. nobody's knocking on your door to come and take it from you. It's just simply, we'll 1099 you. That's how we're going to get our money from you with the gold. But that only works if you make money. If you're kind of not making a whole lot of money, you don't pay too much in tax. But even then, if you buy a house or a car there, don't worry, it's going to be far more than 6,000. Look at Tesla stock is 200-300. Look at what Berkshire Hathaway is, what, 200,000 a share. So we can't use that logic, because just because things are expensive doesn't mean the demand goes down until you reach demand. But you're not going to reach demand at 6,000. You're going to reach demand at 50, 60, 70,000. And then when the dollar goes out, it's going to be, here's an ounce of gold. I'll take your Ferrari. I'll take your house. And they'll sell it to you because it'll be the only real money and the only way for them to survive. And we'll be sitting there with our gold going, oh, okay. Why wouldn't they outlaw it? Because they don't want you to have money, of course. Well, okay, how are you going to outlaw it? You're going to come in, you're going to knock on my door and take it, and I'm going to say, I don't have any. They're just not going to outlaw. Why? I mean, it's money. Why are they going to outlaw Mano cards and Brady cards? That's not, it's not even legal that they can do it, but they'll try to put you on digital, but they're not, they can't do that either. It's like saying everybody has to own crypto. They can't force you to buy it, but they won't be able to outlaw it. I mean, first of all, they don't think anybody has it here, right? Nobody owns gold in America, so why would they even think of outlawing it? But, as far as I'm concerned, they're not going to outlaw it. That's, they don't want us to have it, but that's in competition to this. But once this goes out, what are they going to do? Who's going to come knock at your door? Nobody will have money. Phil, why did they outlaw high interest rates in crypto? BC, they didn't want you having those high interest rates when other traditional banks offer 0.4 interest. That's why it is just spike, really. I don't know this crypto interest rates? I thought crypto was monopoly money that was just valued in US dollars. So what did they have, CDs in crypto? If they had CDs in crypto and they were offering 10%, I mean, governments offer higher loans. That's what this whole Madoff thing was. That's what this whole margin call was. They were trying to give you mortgage-backed securities at a higher interest rate. So I don't know I don't follow crypto, and I don't know what these high interest rates in crypto are. Well, you've got to understand the government does not want competition for their dollar, but at the end, it does. But you can still buying gold and silver is legal. So why is it going to be illegal right now? Why do they print it, right? So the mint's printing gold and silver. I would think if they were going to make it illegal, they wouldn't print it. So they are printing it to buy. So I'm not following there. Good luck mailing or traveling with outlawed gold. When they start threatening 5-year prison sentences, people will sell. Maybe you won't, but it won't be risk-free. These are things. Okay. They will prevent 50K gold. That concerns me. They can't prevent it. Once Russia gets going, they're keeping the price down now illegally. And nobody sends the gold to jail, but JP Morgan will get slap on the wrist and everything. So you're worried a lot about the government, which you should be, but this is the freedom is gold and the silver. And, the reason in 1930 they wanted their gold back was because the dollar was backed by gold, and they didn't have enough gold for the dollar. So they needed more gold in, and they asked people to give it, but, not everybody gave their gold up, and there's black market for gold, or just you can get on a plane, put it in your luggage, and you land, and then you're in another country, and you take it out and you go sell it. It's not that big of a deal. They can't prevent 50K gold. How are they going to prevent it? They can prevent it now by this COMEX, which is about to go fail. It's already failed. That's how they're trying to do it, but it's broken. So it won't be around much longer at this 2000. Why is it 2000 and not 35? So yes, I see your points, Phil. I understand your concerns. Why buy it? It's not going to do anything. It'll be illegal. They're going to throw me in jail. I get that. I'm not worried about all that stuff. If you're more comfortable, go buy Mantle and Tom Brady cards and then go sell them. They're not going to ban those, or go buy Picassos or diamonds. Any asset you can go buy. So if a Rolex is now worth 50,000, are they going to ban it? Are they going to not let you sell it? And you can't own Rolexes? Or who's going to pay more than 6,000 for a Rolex? See, I just understand your argument, fair arguments, good points, but I don't see how that's even going to come into play here and now, because this is gone, right? It's just a matter of another little bit of time where this will go to zero. Then what are you going to do? So when this goes to zero, and if you keep printing trillions of dollars, as I'm teaching, you will lose value to zero. It's already losing value. Go buy Oreos for $5 a pack. That's proof of it. So as it takes more dollars to buy things, it's just a matter of time till the gold explodes and there won't be any more supply. And Russia and China are going to come out with they're already working on a gold market. They're already going away from the LBMA, which is the London bank, which does the gold, right? So it's not up to the Federal Reserve or the U.S. to set the price. The market is going to set the price. And that's what Russia and China are doing. Russia and China are coming out with the dollar backed by gold. This is a worldwide thing, right? This isn't a U.S. thing, okay? Who's going to ban gold? Is Russia going to ban us from gold? We fucking banned Russia. We sanctioned them that they can't. We've frozen their assets. So if Russia says gold's worth 50,000 an ounce, that's what it's worth. Maybe I can't go to Russia and sell it, but I'll be in Switzerland selling it. It doesn't matter to me. How are they going to? First of all, security doesn't even look for gold and silver. I know. Last time I met Jenna, I brought gold and silver. As a test, I put it in the plastic thing with my shoes and my wallet and my keys and my belt. Nobody said a word to me, right? I also put a few quarters in there. I can walk through with this all day. That's not a problem. It won't be jewelry and it won't be silver. So my gold coins that I put in the plastic bin with my belt and everything, they're looking for guns. They're looking for knives. They're looking for weapons. They're not looking for gold and silver. Understand that. And I don't think they're about to change everything in the next couple of months, gold and silver. But the $50,000 price is going to be coming from Russia now, not from the U.S. Yeah, JP Morgan, that's why they're doing it, because JP Morgan are motherfuckers that are trying to do another Ponzi scheme, another Madoff. And I'm telling you, it's phony, the price. So you're saying 6,000. Where are you getting that price from? You don't know that it's not already 30,000 or 40,000. You see the derivative COMEX at 1,900 and you go, oh, that's what it is. It'll go up to 6,000. Based on what? It's not 1,900. That's not the real price. The demand is huge. They got 40,000 fucking tons in China. Do you think that maybe it's worth a little bit more than 1,900? And do you think they want it to go over 1,900? And you think it's going to stop at 6,000? Once the shit hits the fan in the U.S. and there's 350 million people, and they start to realize that this is crap and they need to be in gold and silver because there's no other substitute to go into, who do you think is going to be in line buying gold and silver? And when they buy it, it ain't going to be 1,900. It ain't going to be 6,000. That's my point. That's why I'm putting out the warning to buy as much as you can now, because what are we down to? 6-8 months 6 to 8 weeks because Russia is fighting a war that they don't want the U.S. to keep interfering on. So if they bankrupt the U.S., we can't send them tanks and planes and missiles to that. And every country that's linked with the U.S. will also be going broke, like the euro, like the yen, like, Britain. And therefore, they won't be able to send any, and then Russia wins the war. So it's about winning whatever you want to call it, war. That's the key point here. But you're under the illusion that gold's priced as 1900, and I'm telling you it isn't. And you're under the illusion that silver is priced at 21, and I'm telling you it isn't. I don't know. I'm saying it's 2000, but that's just an educated guess. Until we see it in the market, we don't know what it is. But I can guarantee you it's worth a hell of a lot more than 21.90 an ounce on the spot for silver right now. All right, the demand's huge. These countries are buying it because they understand this is crap, but they need to come up with something else for the rest of the world to get into, because there's nothing else to get into. It's only this as this blows up. So we need competition. Really, all we need is gold and silver. But they're not going to outlaw it. How do you outlaw gold and silver? So you're going to outlaw Rolexes and Ferraris and Mercedes because they're expensive? I mean, that's not the way it works. So again, it works by banks paying off the politicians. And guess who owns 300 tons of gold? Yes, JP Morgan. So do you think he wants to make it illegal? I don't think so. And all these other countries, so we'll walk to Switzerland and off we go. You already got me on the plane going to jail because I carry some on the plane. It's not illegal. It's not illegal anywhere. I mean, I can go in Lisbon. I probably could have found a coin store and sold it, but I didn't want to because I was only going to get the 1900 I can get here, which is way undervalued. So I think that's the concept. You kind of need to I need to help you understand it better. These derivative paper prices are not real, and therefore you're using them as a springboard thinking gold's 2,000 an ounce. And I'm saying it's not. It's much, much higher because the demand, China's got 40,000 tons of it. Do you think if they have it, they're worried about it being confiscated, illegal, or it's not going to be worth anything? And then Russia, Putin's got 15,000 tons. You think he's worried he can't sell it? I don't know. That just doesn't make any sense. Okay. Stop it with defending the government outlawing gold because they needed it. They simply do not want peasants getting rich. Their reasons were simply excuses. Okay, I appreciate the response for just voicing some thoughts I have. That's fine. That's why we're here. Bobby, sorry for the typo. Was going to ask if you take any trips to the coin store this week. No, I haven't. I could go, after this, but I don't have a reason to. I went last week and bought some. Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to explain. I know what's going on. I want you guys to know what's going on, so I'm just explaining it. Good questions, Phil. Good comments, but basically, I don't know if they don't want the peasants to get rich. Because they're still selling gold. For your concept, I would think they wouldn't sell it, right? So from 1933 to 1971, you couldn't own it. You couldn't buy it. It wasn't at a coin store. They didn't make it. Now that they make it, well, of course they expect you to buy it. So they're not going to make it illegal. If they wanted to do it, what you're saying, they wouldn't make it and then send it to the coin stores to be bought. That's all I'm saying. To follow up from Phil's comment above, will JP Morgan and others keep the price of metal suppressed? Well, they're going to try, but they won't be able to because of Russia and China. I don't think they'll make illegal, but they might keep price suppressed as long as that's what they've been doing, Bobby. That's my whole point. But the breaking is Russia and China coming out with this physical exchange. And that's what, so for 50 years, they've kept the price down. But if you notice, it's not $35, it's $1,900. And then to add to your point is yes, the Russia-China exchange is for physical gold. We're going to get a real value of physical gold. And it ain't going to be 1900. It ain't going to be anywhere near 1900. That's what I keep trying to say. I guess I'm not saying it properly. JP Morgan is suppressing its fake, its derivative paper gold. That's what's been going on for 50 years. And you're going, Howard, well, why is it going to change? They're doing it. They're going to keep doing it. And I said, because there was no competition for it, and they wanted to keep the price down. But what's happened is China and Russia and India and all these other countries are buying it hand over fist at this low price, and all the demand is going, it's already broken. COMEX is broken, right? So therefore, the price is going to go way up because it's now Russia and China who have all the gold wanting the price to go up, and JP Morgan's no longer, they're only in control in the US, but not in the world. And now we're going to have a world gold price from Russia and China, and it's going to be a hell of a lot more than 1900. That's the point I'm trying to make. I need to figure out a better way to make it so you guys understand it, because it's clear you're not getting it. So that's the point. JP Morgan has been price fixing it with derivatives, paper gold, and that's what you guys keep talking about. And I'm saying it's going to be physical gold price. There is no physical gold price right now. And don't look at the paper gold price is what I'm trying to explain to you. So that's what is going to happen, is the physical gold price will then appear, knocking out the paper gold price. There's two different prices, so don't look at the derivative price. That's why I'm saying that the real price is much higher, because the phony fixed price is 1900, but not the real physical price. So there's two different prices. The problem is there's never been a physical price, and what I'm analyzing is it's going to be much higher than the 2000, and that's it. Now, as far as what the things are worth, it's, making it illegal and everything. If they didn't want you to have it, they wouldn't print it, and they wouldn't make it, and they wouldn't sell it to my coin guy, and he wouldn't sell it to me. I mean, you just nip it in the butt. You say, you know what, we're going to make it illegal, and we're not going to sell it to the coin guys anymore. So Howard and Bobby can't go into the coin store and buy it. And what I'm saying is they're not going to make it illegal at this point. That's all I'm saying. You guys are afraid of that, as you should be, because it happened in the 1930s, but it was a whole different situation. We had our money backed by gold, which we do not have now. So therefore, I am not worried in the least. I know they're not going to do it to silver, and I know they're not going to do it to my jewelry. So if I have to have my gold taken to Switzerland, then that's what I do. I get on a plane and I put it in my shoe in the plastic, and nobody seems to care, and then off I go. Or I give it to Jenna in the Ukraine, and she sells it. I don't care. But there's too much gold out there, and the fact that they don't want people to be rich, I don't think they give a shit about that. As long as they pay them, they don't care. If according to that theory, there wouldn't be any rich people, right? Everybody would be poor, and that would be it. So that's really a lot of these. Yeah, you're thinking negatively because you've seen what's happened, and you have this angle of what the government is, and I'm saying they're a bunch of fucking idiots that don't know what they're doing. Well, Fentanyl is illegal, but they ship that in mass, so sometimes we don't always understand the end game. Make no mistake, the government is importing fentanyl on purpose. If they can make money, they'll do anything. They don't stop sex trafficking, which is totally 100 times worse. They didn't stop Epstein, and Clinton was on the planes with them, and Trump was on the planes with them. So just because, legal or illegal, that's my point. If they do make gold illegal, they'll still have it, and they'll still make money on it. Point is, just because it's legal or not doesn't always make it that simple. I get it, Phil. Why do you think everybody's coming through the border? Because Biden gets a cut from the mafia in Mexico, when they ship these people in, Biden's got his hand out making whatever he gets per person. How illegal is that? Madoff had a scam. He had a Ponzi scheme. JP Morgan had their hand in that, and the SEC. How illegal was it? Incredibly illegal. Social Security is illegal. You're paying, and I'm getting it. Why isn't it in my account? 99% of the shit the government does is illegal. But if they have gold, they're not going to outlaw it because then they can't spend it. So I'm not saying what's legal and what's illegal, but I know the government. This is the problem with the government now. All they care about is getting money. Why do you think Biden has all these houses on a $50,000 a year salary? And why do you think his son went to China and Russia and the Ukraine and got millions of dollars on these energy companies, and he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing? It's just it's the kickbacks. Lobbyists, they're kickbacks. It's all illegal. I get that. But this is our only defense, Phil, is to own gold and silver. Okay, so what's your option? You're going to stay in this? So your option is either stay in this and watch it go to zero, or get out of this and buy assets, which could be mantle cards, it could be diamonds, it could be Van Goghs and the other painter, or it could be Rolex watches. You need to buy assets. I'm telling you that gold and silver are better because they're actually real money. That's why I buy it, and it's so undervalued because it's been suppressed. I don't think they can keep it suppressed much longer. And with this war and the fact Russia and China have the gold, they're not going to keep it suppressed. They're going to let the price run, and JP Morgan won't be able to hold it. He can hold the monopoly in the U.S., but then once Russia and China does it, it breaks the monopoly. And now we all know what the real price is because Russia and China is saying this is the real price. That's the point I'm trying to make. You don't have an option. Your option is keep this or buy assets, right? That's your option. So if you want to hold on to this and watch it go to zero, then that's what you're going to do. Or you can get out of it, and then you got to buy an asset. That's your option. So if it's gold and silver, then you're going to worry, is it going to go up in price? And is it that? It's not a stock. You think it's a stock. You think if the stock goes from 2,000 to 6,000, I should sell it and make my money. And I'm saying that's not what this is. This is a totally different animal. That's what I'm trying to explain, but I'm doing a poor job. I apologize for that. Phil, I think there are several reasons for immigration levels, but that could sidetrack class for the next hour. Well, class is open. Class is whatever. There's no football. So I'm just looking at our discussion with you and Bobby and Nick, and that's what we're discussing. But I'm open. We can talk women. We can talk poker, whatever you want to talk. It's open. I'm just trying to explain. When I get asked a question, I try to explain it so people understand it. That's how I am. Phil, I understand and agree that gold, silver are the last stand we have, not trying to take away from that. I understand. And you're afraid. You're afraid that they won't honor it. They'll make it illegal. I get that. And those are all very good questions, but I'm trying to explain the points of the questions and the comments because that's what a normal thing is. But I'm trying to say, so then if you buy Rolexes, are they going to make them illegal, or are they going to make it, oh my God, it's $6,000. They're not going to go up. And that's really my argument to those points. Those are good points. And that's what people have. And I agree with them. I'm worried too. I don't think they'll make them illegal. I think they want to 1099 you. That's where they're going to get their money from. And as far as they don't want rich people, I don't know that. I mean, Bill Gates is pretty fucking rich. Warren Buffett's pretty fucking rich. So I don't know, that argument makes a lot of sense. We keep ourselves down by our skill set. So if you go and can do something that'll pay you a lot of, like Bobby made good money being a ball player. Nobody said, Bobby, you can only make $500 a year being a ball player. He was able to make whatever Or look at them now. Look at LeBron. He makes hundreds of millions of dollars. Nobody's saying he can't make it. Problem is, he's in dollars. He needs to get out of. I understand and agree that gold. Not trying to. Phil, yes, my mistrust of the government is sky high. So is mine. I don't trust them either. All Congress does each and every day is think of new laws, never understanding laws, just adding more laws. It does scare me. I won't lie. I agree with you, Phil. I don't. Do you think I trust the government? I don't trust them at all. That's why I'm buying gold and silver. I'm trying to get out of that crap, right? I'm trying to get my own and then move to. Why do you think I went to Lisbon? I'm looking to move to is that normal? Is Portugal, I heard, was a good country to move, or Costa Rica? I don't want to stay here with this government unless they fix it. Fuck, I don't trust too many people to begin with in the first place. I think everybody's out to get you. So, I'm 10 times more paranoid than you are, but I understand the government. They're also very stupid, and they also are about money, and they're not after us. They don't give a fuck about me and you, Phil and Bobby. They're going to go after the rich guys and guys who make them look bad. They're not looking for us. We're just peons. That's it. So what I'm trying to say is this is how you get out of this bullshit, and you try to, you need assets to get out of the dollars. I know enough that this is going to go to zero. That's the whole concept of what I'm talking about is this. They're printing and printing and printing, and the more you print, the less it's worth. That's the first fundamental concept I'm talking about, and that's a fact. That's not me. That's what I learned. I teach you what I learned, and that's where I'm saying you got to get to assets. So anyway, Bobby, after reading Phil's comment, I am now driving to the coin store to sell all my yeah, sure you are, Bobby. I know you better than that, Bobby. But yeah, I mean that's what are you supposed to do? I know people, trying to buy farms so they can eat. They're worried about eating, right? You're worried about gold and silver. They're worried about just freaking eating. But nobody trusts the government. They're not trustworthy. You got a guy like Biden running it. Who trusts that? But I certainly don't trust the dollars, and I certainly got to get out of that. And that's what I've done. And with the market going to crash and the housing market going to crash, and I explain that, what's your options? I mean, that's it. So if the government says, okay, we're outlawing gold, then I get on a plane and go to Europe, or I go to Canada, or I go somewhere where Costa Rica, where I'm fine with it, or I go put it in a bank in Switzerland where it'll be safe until I can use it. But if they didn't want anybody to have it, it wouldn't be for sale. I mean, and cigarettes cause more cancer than anything, but they're still out there because they make money and the government gets the taxes. So really, that's what's happening. So this is not what I'm saying, Bobby. What the hell? I know you're playing around though. Yeah, no, Phil's got very valid points, and they're good questions to ask. But there's really no option. Prostitution's illegal, but they still do it. And does the cops do anything? No. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that is illegal that people do, but how much do they really stop it? So that's really, so I'll sell my gold to a prostitute, basically. I mean, that's the point, and you're right, but there's a lot of illegal stuff that, you're not supposed to speed, but how often do you get tickets? Very, very little for as much as we speed. I probably speed every day in the car. I don't go 40 on a 40. I go 50 on a 40, but it's illegal, but I do it, and I very rarely get caught. Knock on wood. Hopefully I don't get caught today, but that's great. I mean, they can, but there's always a way around it. I'm sure there was black market in the 1930s. If somebody had a lot of gold, I'm sure they didn't turn it in, and I'm sure they found a way to spend it if they needed to spend it. I'm sure that's how there was a lot of guys that got rich in the 1930s doing exactly illegal stuff too. So, um, believe me, Bobby needs to buy gold already. I want to hear Bobby buy some gold. Let me take 2 seconds, and I'm going to show you those Cougar Rans because you were confused with them. So I want to clean that up. Well, I tell you, my back's finally feeling much, much better. The nerve isn't as nearly killing me as it was. All right, so Cougar in, Maple Leaf, and we'll get a U.S. one. Okay, so there's 3 flavors you can get: U.S., Canadian, and South African Cougar in. So Phil, Bobby can just autograph his cards and sell them on eBay for like $20. Well, there you go. That's what if I was Tom Brady, I would do that. Well, I showed you. They're like $30, $40 for his rookie cards. PSA 10s. PSA 9 probably you get $5. And if it's lower, you probably have to pay to buy them. You probably have to, they probably have to pay you. I bet your foam roller helped a lot. I swear by those. Well, I did a lot of stretching in the pool, and I'm able to run in the pool more. But thank you for that. It did help. But in the pool now, I couldn't do anything. It was hurting, and I kept doing, I think, twists, which were bad. So I kept trying to figure out what the fuck's causing, because I could feel the nerve again, right? And I'm like, okay, I'm feeling good, and then I would twist or look at the clock or do something, and it was coming back. So I felt like I kept re-injuring it. And so I finally was in the pool the last 2 or 3 days, and I was able to run kind of in a certain motion. It didn't hurt. And so I said, okay, I'm not going to do my twist and some exercises that are causing it. And when I got on the bike, instead of putting my foot over, which is still hurting me, I was going in between and kind of pulling myself up to the seat, and then the riding itself didn't hurt. It's when I got on and off. So now I just go in the middle and push up and push down. I'm not extending my leg, which has kept re-injuring it. So in the pool, I'm doing these little light twists, and that was fine. So I did keep re-injuring it. So now it feels a lot better. It maybe went from 50% pain to now it's like 20 or 10% pain. I just got to be careful not to do certain motions which are going to re-injure it, but it's pretty good. Okay, so what the fuck am I talking about? If we look, this is a Canadian. It says $50. Right there, it says $50. That means it's money. When we look at the back, it says fine gold, 1 ounce gold, right? I hope you can see it. So it says 1 ounce fine gold. So I know I got gold, and this is money because it says $50. If we look at the US one, so you can see it's US. This doesn't say anything on the front, but on the back, it says 1 ounce fine gold, $50. So there it says 1 ounce fine gold, $50. So that's what I'm talking about when I say it's actually money. This is worth $50. Or that's why we buy the ounce, because it's worth 2,000. Bobby, a few months back, I was hammered when I got pulled over, and all the cop said was, "Hey, you might want to fix your right headlight, buddy." All right, have a good night. I don't drive like that often and will not going forward, but just sharing that experience. Well, I think with COVID, they've kind of gotten really strange about even trying to approach you. They're just letting you go, and all these strange laws where they're letting all the criminals go. Just seems to be what they're doing. So I don't know. It's definitely strange out there now, but absolutely. This is the problem when you don't have laws. People shouldn't be out there, or if they're drunk and then they can cause problems. But yeah, they don't seem to do as much. So these are the people that are going to stop us from selling our gold. I mean, that's kind of where I'm getting at. Okay, here's a Krugerrand. 1981, right? And then it says 1 ounce fine gold. But what it doesn't say, and then on the front's is some guy. I don't know who the hell that guy is. But if you notice, it doesn't say $50 or $100 or anything. It only says 1 ounce of fine gold. So theoretically, it's not money, but we don't give a fuck because it's 1 ounce of fine gold. So that's what I was trying to explain to you, is where the US one says $50, shows you how current it is. Where this says $50, this doesn't have any value at all on it. So that's what I was trying to explain to you, Phil, is there is no value $50 on this like there are on the US and Canadian one, but we don't care. We're buying the ounce of gold. That's the key point of this. So that's why you can buy Krugerrands. They're cheaper because that's going by demand. So everybody wants US or Canadian here, and then they don't want as much demand for Krugerrands. But at the end of the day, all right, let's use Phil the 6,000. I can get 6,000 for this, and I can get 6,000 for that. I'll get 6,000 for both of them, or maybe I get $59.90 for the Krugerrand. I don't care. I'm paying $70 less for my ounce of gold, and that's the point of the idea. Phil, so would the Krugerrand be considered gold bullion? I'm following. Maybe the only gold bullion. I guess technically, I mean, it's a gold coin. It's not like the Buffalo silver. That's bullion, right? Because that's not. But I guess, yeah, because it's not currency. And I guess I would put it in this category. Where's my gold bar? I have a gold bar in here. Yeah, here. So I guess it would be the same. This is a Credit Suisse. This is a 1/4 ounce of gold, Credit Suisse. I would put it in the same camp. This isn't money, but it's an actual gold bar. And it's really hard to put it because this is too big. But this is what I mean by gold bar. So this is a 1/4 ounce. So this to me is a 1/4 ounce. So I guess this is the same camp because this doesn't have a value. Neither does this. So I guess this would be considered bullion. But it says 1 ounce of gold on it. It says, well, actually, this is Credit Suisse 1/4 ounce fine gold, 99.99. So we know it's gold, and we know it's a 1/4 ounce, and we know it's 9.99. So I'm not going to have any problem selling this. If I have to go to Switzerland to sell it, not a problem. I would have no problem taking this out of the plastic, putting it in my wallet, and going to Switzerland with it, and 1/4 ounce. So I would have no problem with that. But I guess it's the same consideration of the Krugerrand and the Credit Suisse being, I guess you'd call it bullion. But it's gold. I mean, it says it's gold, so that's all I care about. So that's really what I meant by that. Now, when I go to the store, you can see the color. You can see, look at the difference in color with the maple leaf than the U.S. There's more gold. Well, it's pure. This is like 999, the maple leaf, and you can see how just bright it is. It's a little bit brighter. Now, when I tell about fakes, you can see the color of this, how gold it is. But if it was fake, it would be more yellow or brown. It wouldn't be as shiny and as gold. So you know this is real gold. Plus, it says an ounce on it and everything else. And I don't fit this very easily with this color, because you need gold to get this color. And that's what I mean. So if you don't see it this color, then, if it's a really dull gold, then just walk away. But it should be real, especially the maple leafs are really bright. And this one too. So this is the U.S. one. So that's what you're looking for. There's nothing wrong with the Cougar. Now this is 1981. I'm not really concerned that it's fake. Some of these are brighter than others, but it's 1981, so it is a little duller. But all this could be from Julius Caesar. I mean, who knows? It's all melted down and redone. That's the beauty of gold. It's indestructible. It could take a fire or ice or anything. You can't do anything with it. It's not going anywhere. Okay, I'll just save the bullion term for silver. It seems to apply to that much more. Yeah, I think so. I mean, this is a James Bond gold bar, and and the Cougaran or that. I mean, I'd consider this a gold coin from South Africa more than I consider it bullion. The silver is definitely more bullion, but it's the idea. But as long as it says an ounce or a quarter ounce of gold, then if it says it on there, you do. Now, the James Bond stuff that I saw, my guy, the sovereigns did not say gold on them. So I hesitated to buy them, because if I'm trying to sell them to Bobby, he's going to say, well, how do I know it's gold? And you don't. But clearly you can read this is gold. So Bobby can't really make that argument here. He sees it says, 1 ounce of gold. It clearly says 1 ounce of fine gold. You can't argue that point. I don't think it's gold. In the sovereigns, you can. In these 1900, there were these like quarter ounce gold coins that were actually made that you could argue it looks gold, but you could say, is it really gold? And it won't say a quarter ounce of gold on it. So that's why I like nobody can argue that this is an ounce of gold anywhere in the world. Okay. All right. So really that's what it is. So I think I've covered your argument pretty well, Phil. Good argument. I don't mind the questions and the comments, and then I'm trying to explain it. I myself am not worried about the government taking it. Like I said, if I need to get on a plane and go, I'll take some gold. I won't take it all. I'll put the rest in my fridge or somewhere. If I move out of the country, I'm certainly not worried about it. And I certainly think 50,000 an ounce is low. I don't think. See, everybody's shocked because it's at 2,000. How is it going to get to 50? And I'm saying 2,000 is not right, because that's not the physical price, and that's the paper price. And if we peel away the paper, is the price really 2,000 right now? And that's where I'm going now. It's about 20 or 30 right now. That's why I balk at the 6,000, because you're using the 2,000 as your point, which I don't think it is. But anyway, they could do anything they want. They could, what happens when they close your bank accounts or there's a bank run? Look at China, right? You can't even get into your bank account. So really, what's the difference, right? If we keep our money in the bank and they close the banks and say you can't get your money, AKA China, AKA Canada, AKA Sri Lanka and Greece. So you keep your money there, it's not safe, or you buy gold, and if they want to compensate it, they can do whatever they want, but they're not going to get mine. They're not going to find it. And, if I have to take a flight and go sell it somewhere else, the problem is if I go sell it, what am I going to buy? I don't want to sell it for this. That's my point. So, okay, this is 50,000. I don't want 50,000 of this. This is garbage, toilet paper. That's why I'm not going to sell it at 6,000 until they come out with a new dollar or some dollar backed by gold. Why do they back the dollars by gold in the first place? Because they know there's trust in the gold. People trust the gold. That's really why they do it. Bobby, yeah, a lot of YouTubers are predicting gold to get to 3,500 and silver to 50. Well, those are morons. Those are paper guys. What are they using, right? They're using the $50 based on its 27. But that's the paper prediction. I don't see, that's where I'm frustrated. We don't want the paper price. And if you're looking at the paper price of 25, it's not real. That's why I say 2000, because I'm in my mind going, okay, forget the paper price. So let's go to zero. What do we think the real physical price? What do we think this price is for this? So I've got this and I've got this. This I know what the physical price is. It's like $50 for this bottle at Target. What is the price of this? And I can't look at the paper. So I got to ignore the paper price of 2,000. And I got to say, what's the real price? That's why I say it's 20, 30,000 now. But as per Bobby's point, they're keeping it at 1,900. That's what JP Morgan's doing now. But it's going to break. And even JP Morgan's buying gold and has gold. Why would he have it if it's only 1,900? It's not going anywhere. It's going to be illegal, da, 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 da. That's my point. So he's buying it. All the banks are buying this. Well, why would all the banks buy it? Because they know it's going to go up to its real value. And I'm saying the real value of this, after printing 10 trillion fucking dollars, is not 1,900. That's without printing the dollars, right? So what I'm saying is we want to get to the physical price. Ignore the 1,900. What would you price it at in physical world, like the Canadian Club? And that's where I'm getting 30, 40,000. And then once everybody runs in it, I'm saying 50,000 is conservative. But 50,000 what? This is going, it's going downtown. It's going out. So if this goes out, where the hell did it go? I love when you drop something and it's 20 feet away. What I'm saying is we're not going to be able, okay, this price will not be in dollars anymore, because if this goes to zero, what do I price this in? It's gold. It'll be priced in gold. It won't be priced in dollars because the dollars won't have a value anymore. That's my point. So I'm going to go to Bobby's house and buy his house from him for one of these. He's going to say, thank you. I got money now. I can eat. That's my point. That's what I'm trying to drive to. Now, you can do it with this. I can do it with diamonds. I don't know if I can do it with the Mantle card, and I don't know that I can do it with the diamonds, right? Or the Rolexes, right? I can't. They'll have a value, but I'll need this. For the Mantle card and the Rolexes, I need some form of this. I don't need anything. That's why I don't like Bitcoin, because if you take the dollar away from Bitcoin, you don't have anything. What's the value of the Bitcoin without dollars? I have no idea. I don't know how you get a value of something. This, I have the coin. This I can give, and I can't give a Bitcoin to Bobby. We don't know what the value is, but this we know he'll take it. And this is the difference. So that's why I'm not into the Bitcoin. And again, when the dollar collapses, and I'm not assuming, I know that's what's going to happen, then this gold will not be valued in dollars. It'll be its own value. And that's really what we're waiting for. Where are we at? 35. I think they're missing a couple of zeros in those predictions. Exactly, Bobby. Can you do a video where you put that ripped dollar on a fishing pole and hit the streets so we can watch people run it? Yeah, I'll do it. Why don't I do it at the club when I'm swimming? I'll put it in the water and see the communists go after it. Yeah, good idea, Phil. We can do that. That is amazing when you drop something and find it 20 feet away. Defies all logic, but happens all the time to me. I know, isn't it annoying? Fights will be breaking out in the streets for that dollar. You damn right it. Well, what do you think is going to happen with this? I mean, they're going to, they'll be really going freaking out for the gold. Yes, Bobby, maybe not the best idea to do in Detroit, come to think of it. Well, I'll do it at my club. So I saw the communists yesterday in the hot tub. I did not pay attention to them, and it bothered them, and I loved it. And I was talking to some guys about football in the hot tub. So I like to annoy. So I'm sitting there, and they're talking, and I said, Lamar. I go, well, Lamar's not good. Like, I know in people's minds they think he's good, but he's not. And then their answer is, well, he's an MVP. I said, well, that was 5 years ago, and how many playoff games has he won? One. And how many games does he even play in a year now? 6 or 7 games? And then he's injured. I love that. I love that Buffalo game. He blew the 17-0 lead, and then he's always hurt. And so I go, I don't think he's that good because he's not a good quarterback. He's not a good thrower. And I want a quarterback to be a thrower. And I'm like, I'm not betting money on him. How much money does he make you? I'd much rather have Herbert and Mahomes and Russell Wilson and Burrow. That's who I want to bet money on. See, but I look at things in betting terms, right? We're here to pick winners. I don't give a fuck about Lamar because he doesn't win for us, right? He blows the leads against Buffalo. What do I want him for? So that's my point. And I was just fucking these guys up. And so communist guy sits down, and I know he's sitting down, and I am not paying any attention to him. I'm ready to call the guy Joe Stalin. And if he really gets on me, I'm going to just rake him over the coals. Go, so you're a Joe Stalin supporter. He killed 20 million people in World War II. This is the guy you want to go with. This is your leader, Joe Stalin. That's communism. That's what you want, really? I don't have any. Being my personality type, I have no thought of ever talking to this guy or looking at him again. There's no point. What am I going to tell a communist? Oh, you're a communist. You tell him about gold, and he says, oh, well, I guess I'll just I go, everybody's going to, get fucked when the dollar goes away. If you don't have gold, you're fucked. He says, well, I guess I'll be fucked. And I go, well, why would you want to get fucked? Wouldn't you want to protect you and your family? Oh, no, I don't believe you. And then he made a comment like I'm a stranger. And I go, oh, so you personally know Karl Marx, the communist guys. I mean, this is, all the guys that you take advice from, you're friends with, really. Okay. So that's another thing. And I didn't like what he said that. So I saw him yesterday. I just ignored him. The football guys I had fun with. One guy, I said, well, what do you expect from Prescott? And he said, well, he's a top 10 quarterback. And I go, really? What makes him a top 10 quarterback? Throwing 2 interceptions a game and a pick 6 makes you a top 10 quarterback? And then I brought up the Dave Casper play, and they're all bitching, going, oh, well, the guys were much faster today than then. I go, Lawrence Taylor wasn't fast. Oh, in the 70s. Oh, Tom Jackson wasn't fast. Jack Tatum wasn't fast. Are you telling me that the football players in the 70s weren't running 4.4s and 4.5s, and now they are now? Like, this is a new anomaly that they're faster now. You think that's what's happening? Who's the idiot now? And I said the Dave Casper play was a concept that you'd fake the run. He'd fall down. He'd get up. Nobody would guard him. He'd be wide open by 10 yards in the end zone. And I said the play worked 100% of the time with him and Stabler. And I said that's the play that needs to work. They couldn't understand the guys are faster now. I go, nobody's going to be covering them. They're all playing the run. So it's amazing trying to talk to morons because they just don't understand. Let's see. Bobby, is that the guy who laughed and told you to have fun with your medal? No, this is the communist guy. And then the football guys I just met yesterday. The communist guy is the other one who doesn't, who I'm a stranger, so he won't listen to. MSO, a bunch of Lamar fans who don't buy good gold and silver. They don't have a prayer in hell. Oh, exactly right. They wouldn't listen anyway, but they couldn't make an argument to me. Plus, they don't know who I am. I'm a professional handicapper. You can't fuck with me on football, but you got to understand that's what you're coming at. You're coming at me with that shit. I'm going to destroy you on every call. Phil, you think Sean Payton can turn Russell Wilson around? Absolutely. He looks so bad. I really wonder if he's shot, though. I don't want to overreact to him. Well, let's see. If anybody's going to, it's going to be Payton. I don't know how good Breeze was, but when Payton got a hold of him, he was a superstar. So if he went to the Lions, he wouldn't have been a superstar. I do believe the coaching is a big part of it. That's why I bitch about it. And I do believe that he was good under Coach Pete, and then he went to Denver with a guy who couldn't coach a high school team, and he probably got frustrated. But I don't think Russell Wilson's changed a bit since he started out of Wisconsin, and I think he'll be a superstar next year with Sean Payton because he'll run a whole different offense, and he's going to get – and, he'll get the respect of Russell Wilson as the team will, and the plays he'll design will have better receivers to run it, and I think he'll have a huge year. And I think that's going to be Kansas City's problem about getting Mahomes back to the Super Bowl is 2 San Diego's and 2 Denver games are going to have a little bit of a different say. And then if Rodgers goes to Oakland, I don't know that KC goes, 14-2 again. Ryan, he will be comeback player of the year. Yeah, he certainly could be with a good coach. Phil, I'm putting that prediction on record, Ryan. There you go. It will be night and day from last year. Yeah, we'll be betting Denver a lot next year, I imagine. It would be hard for them to go backwards, I'll say that. Well, this is why I bitch about coaches, right? If you have a bad coach, you're fucked. You have no chance. But if you have a good coach, if Bill Parcells were to coach Oakland next year, I think they'd go to the Super Bowl. The coach is so key. Lombardi came to Green Bay. They sucked, but they had good players. And the first year they didn't have a losing year, and yet before him, for the 12 prior years, they didn't have a winning year. Lombardi gets there, they go 7-5 or something, and they were all excited. And then they go and get to the championship game in 60 and win in 61 and 62. And he had the same. Nitsky was there, Horning was there, Starr was there. It's not like they weren't, but you got a good coach. It's the whole difference. Bill Walsh at the Niners. Parcells goes to the Giants with LT, and all of a sudden they're great. Had Parcells gone to the Bears, that they probably would have won the Super Bowl 4 or 5 years in a row. But I think absolutely Sean Payton. If you guys bet those little prop things, and I never do, like team wins and Denver's at 5. You might want to bet like an ounce of gold that they will win more than 5 games because you've got Russell Wilson. And if you have Sean Payton, there is no way they're only winning 5 games or whatever their number is. I would think they would go over. I still have nightmares of that 3-3 overtime Thursday night game between the Colts and the Broncos. God, thank God I don't watch the Thursday night games. 3-3, unbelievable. Yeah, it's just, well, that's the coaching. I mean, that's the whole difference. That's why I bitch about these Lion people here, and I laugh at them. I go, they don't have a good coach. Well, he's learning on the job. Why didn't we get Sean Payton? Sean Payton's available. Why didn't we make a serious offer to pick Sean Payton up? Or to make, like, what the fuck? Why are we, like, this Dan Campbell's never coached before in his life. And that was the other argument I was having with the football guys in the hot tub was the coaches. I said, you got a towel boy from San Francisco's coaching Miami. You have the Lions coach, never coached before. I don't know where the Philadelphia guy coached for. I don't know where the Giants guy coached before. Half the teams I don't know. They bring in the coach and like even Cincinnati's coach. I don't know where he coached from. I know he was a quarterback at Nebraska, but that doesn't make him a coach. So I don't know. All I know is Isaiah Thomas and Larry Bird couldn't coach in the NBA. And they're the best players that have ever played, along with Magic and Kareem, and they couldn't coach. It's not in their DNA. So I don't know where they all come from. Yeah, I agree, Ryan. Get rid of those Thursday night games. I can see keeping the Thanksgiving game. That's it. Yeah, it's just I can't watch them. I don't have, and I'm one who needs my time to think, right? And I don't. It's just too. I can't sit there and watch a Thursday night game. I'm preparing for Saturday and Sunday. And 20 minutes on YouTube is about all I can take. But I don't get it, right? And then you add the college Saturday, starts at noon, goes till midnight, because then they go to the Pac-10 or the Fresno State game. I can't do that. I usually watch like the 3 o'clock game, unless my noon game's a lock. And then it'll be the 3 o'clock game and then the 7:30 game. And unless it's like a UCLA and a lock at 10 o'clock at night, I'm probably not watching that one. So a couple of games on Saturday, and then Sunday you got the 1 o'clock and the 4 o'clock. And if the Sunday night's a good one, and then you got Monday night, it's just too much. It's like eating ribs every day. It's enough. I don't mind one slab. Okay, maybe I can get a slab Saturday and a slab Sunday. I can't have another slab on Monday. It's too much. And that's what the NFL, they're oversaturating themselves and they don't even understand they're doing it. They just think, well, it's more money. And then the viewership goes down. And then, and the games aren't too long. You just got to get rid of half the commercials, and because it's an instant replay, you got to get rid of instant replay. There's no reason to have instant replay in the NFL. You have a ref, he makes the call, move on. That's all it is. Not yet. I'm going to have it. I had what did I have? I had a breakfast because I got up early. And no, I think I already ate it. Yeah, I ate it at about 11:30. I had the avocado, and I got to figure out what to make. I got one chicken breast left, which I'll have after. But I had the avocado and water already. I had an interview at 9:30. I still don't know what company it was. The interviewer didn't normally they set the table, and I'm from General Motors, and this and this and this, and this is why the position's open. She didn't do any of that, so I have no idea what company I interviewed with. And then it's a senior financial analyst job, but she wanted me to do payables, receivables, and payroll. And I go, but that's a junior accountant job. I'm 5 levels up. I'm a senior financial analyst, but the pay was the same. So I'm like, what the fuck? So I didn't really understand it. And I just said, well, I haven't done that kind of stuff in a while, and it really doesn't appeal to me, but I'm an analyst. I like to analyze. That's what turns me on, not doing payables and receivables, boring jobs. So I'm kind of like, I'm retired. Unless it's a good job, fuck them. Phil, I guess Miami got the Houston offensive coordinator and the Western Kentucky defensive coordinator. We're talking Miami of Florida and the Houston College OC and, Western Kentucky DC. I didn't know Western Kentucky had good defense. So the Houston guy runs some kind of spread offense. I know you like Van Dyke. Figured I would mention that. Van Dyke's very good. We'll see. Houston, I'll have to check Houston. Yeah, they're usually a pretty good team, but we'll see. I don't know why you'd go to Western Kentucky for their defensive coordinator. They don't stop anybody. Yeah, Van Dyke's real good. in the right offense. Bobby, I heard Jimmy Garoppolo might be the next Bucks quarterback. Well, it was on Teams. I get these Teams interviews, but I don't have any interest because I don't do payables and receivables. It's like me doing a spreadsheet to do trends on football without actually analyzing the football and actually doing the picks. So it's not like I'm not doing the picks. I'm just putting the data together. Fuck that. I need to do the analytical part. Western Kentucky was known as an offensive type team, but actually they had a decent defense. I don't know. Miami is freaking hopeless. Well, I don't like the coach they brought in. He doesn't even know how to use Van Dyke to run the ball with Van Dyke. Like, what the fuck are you doing? It's like running the ball with Marino. You're not running the ball with Marino. You got Marino. If you want to run the ball, get rid of Marino and get some defense. But Miami, they were terrible last year. Their defense was okay. They wanted to run it. And Van Dyke, I mean, you think he threw 10 touchdowns last year. It was such a pathetic offensive coordinator. It's really ridiculous. You got Van Dyke who threw 40 touchdown passes in like 6 games the prior year, and he gets 10 in a whole year, and he gets injured because you're got a fucked up coordinator. And then I like how they blame the coordinator instead of blaming the coach. Ryan, how long do you think it will take for Deion to take Colorado to the playoffs? Gold will hit 50,000 before Deion does that. Deion will never take him to the playoffs. Who says Deion's a good coach? And what he did at Jackson State or wherever with his son and they couldn't win the title there. You're in the fucking Pac-10. You got to play Oregon State, Washington State, and you're on the other side. You get to play Utah, USC, and UCLA every year. Good fucking luck. He'll be lucky to break even more than the playoffs. How's he going to beat Utah, USC, and UCLA? And USC's running Oklahoma's offense? Unless Deion goes and plays quarterback, their defense sucked. His son played quarterback and it was like the running type of quarterback, but he could throw a little bit. Let's call him Jalen Hurts Jr., only with less accurate passer. The defense what's the defense going to look like? They're going to get torched. We'll be locking against them pretty good. And they sucked. Let's not forget. Colorado sucked. So unless he brings in 50 new players and they catch on right away, which ain't going to happen, who's running to Colorado for Deion? You got to be kidding me. Phil, right, Professor, I will be going to see them when they play Temple next year. There you go. It's my number 1 favorite team, my number 2 favorite team. Tough to choose whose shirt I will wear that day. Oh, are you saying Temple is your number 1 favorite? I like Temple. I made a lot of money on them a few years ago, and then the coach went to Baylor. They didn't really replace him. So, yeah, Temple's pretty bad lately, but they were good for a while. They were a nice sneak team because – they're not Alabama, but you get Temple as a dog. I was making a lot of money on them. They want to fast track Deion to the pros so badly. The media wants us to think Deion is some great black savior. It's really unwarranted and far too forced. Exactly. And that's the problem with it, is I think they want the black quarterback and the black coach. I'm a billionaire owner, and I got a football team. Do I give a fuck what color my coach is? All I care about is that he wins. And that's my point. I don't care who it is. Again, that's Austrian economy. I don't care who walks into my steakhouse to eat steaks, as long as they can pay for it. I don't care anything about them. So the owner doesn't care. He wants to win, except for the Fords and the Lions. He wants to win, so what's the difference? I don't care if he's black, white, blue, or green. Just give me a coach that knows what the fuck they're doing. Bobby, I think he can beat UCLA since they suck losing the bowl game and screwing all our bets. Well, I don't think they're going to do it because of that. It'll be interesting to see who replaces Thompson Robinson and Charbonnet. That's going to hurt them, but I wouldn't be betting against UCLA too often. They'll probably be another over team. Ryan, he got 2 number 1 DBs recruits to sign. But they're number 1 what? Out of high school? Playing who? This is the problem with recruiting. How good are these guys? And that's in high school, and you don't know who they're playing against, right? So now he's got to go against the USC receivers. How good do you think they're going to do against that as a freshman playing senior receivers at USC and Utah and UCLA and Washington and all those places, and against those quarterbacks? So this is my thought of their number 1 recruits. Doesn't mean shit. It's let's see how they are in college against college talent. Then we can rate them. I can't rate them out of high school. That's just bullshit. And like as we said, it's Deion Sanders. So every player he gets is going to be the number 1 recruit at every position he takes. It'll be the best recruiting class. As we just said, they're just trying to. He's some superstar. Bobby, I lost all respect for UCLA, but USC is still the top team as long as they get some defense. And don't forget fucking Utah, Bobby. They got my quarterback Rising, and as long as he's not too injured, and I know he got hurt in the 3rd quarter, they're still the team to beat. They beat USC twice last year, and they got a good coach and a really good quarterback, so let's see what happens. But UCLA, they'll reload. Not too worried about them. No, Miami is my number 1, Temple 2, and yes, I know I root for college teams that suck. Don't remind me. No, I love Miami. Mostly, though, I made so much money on the 84 game against Nebraska. They were getting 14 points, and I probably bet 2,000 on the game in 84, and I probably had it in a teaser getting 20. And they won the fucking game, and it wasn't even close. They had the 17-point lead. So, yeah, I love Miami, and then Jimmy Johnson and everything. And they killed Nebraska 92-0 in that, 2000 or 2001. I thought they got fucked against Penn State and against Ohio State. They should have won 2 more titles. That was bullshit. Vinny Testaverde with 15 interceptions. What the fuck was he looking at? Against that team, you needed to check down because they're playing you in a deep zone. Just throw the ball underneath and let your running backs go. Surprised Jimmy didn't catch that one. Bobby, I lost. Okay, Phil. Okay, Bobby. Yeah, I get sick of all this BS with the race. Yeah, it is. Oh yeah, how can I forget Rising? He's not a choker. When did he choke? He didn't. He beat USC twice, and one of them was a great run at the end, and he ran in for 2 with apparently a bad leg that he hurt in that play. And then he had to sit out the next week. He ain't a choker. No. Rising is not the choke man. Bobby, the Rising kid was mastered the art of choking first against Florida. Then against Penn State. Well, the Florida game, yeah, that was really bad as Florida was. Rising is a beast, Bobby. He got injured in that Rose Bowl, man. Rising's, I'm telling you, he's the best quarterback. If he comes out not this year, next year, he should be the first quarterback drafted. Unless another Alabama quarterback comes out, then automatically the Alabama quarterback is the best one, even though they never do anything in the pros. How did Mac Jones do? They missed the playoffs because he couldn't beat Buffalo. What's going on with Zappe? Why is nobody trading for Zappe? Why? What am I missing? Didn't he blow out 3 teams when he was playing? He looked like an all-star, and then they benched him. Okay, if I'm Houston or Detroit or a team that needs a quarterback, maybe I'm trading for Zappe. Are you fucking kidding me? This guy's going to be a backup to Mac Jones? You got to be kidding me. Bobby, yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He'll get hurt right after throwing an interception. I don't forget that pick. Phil, that Florida game was painful, though. I give you that. Week 1, maybe a pass. I don't know. It looked like a bad loss the more the season went on. They had to travel to Florida from Utah in the heat first week, and then we see how bad Florida was. Yeah, it was a loss, but we won in a teaser, so I don't know what you're bitching about, Bobby. We had 5 points, and I think they lost by 2 or 3. So in a teaser, that was still a good win. Ryan, I think the Jets would be a good fit for Zappy. Anybody would be a good fit for Zappy. How he sits on the bench at New England, they got Jones. Like, would anybody trade for Jones? No. Zappy, I would get. If I'm the Lions, I would trade him. I would give him Goff for Zappy in a heartbeat. Who the fuck wants Goff? Is Belichick putting Zappy up for trade? It doesn't matter. I would call him up and say, what's he doing leaving him as the backup? I mean, fuck, if you can't see he's not better than Jones, what the fuck are you doing coaching anyway? I will give him a chance next season to redeem himself, but he better show up for Bobby Bowe's wagers or I'm done with him. I will tell you when to bet Zappy and when to bet Rising. We bet Rising over almost every game, and we won almost. We won both USC games over. We won the UCLA game over. We won the Washington game over. And we had them against Arizona and Arizona State over. So we won a lot of money on Rising. Utah over was huge. The only game we got fucked on was the Oregon game when Bo Nix hurt his ankle, but they didn't tell us that. So 20 minutes before, we find out he's got a hurt ankle and he's playing on a hurt ankle. Okay, that's why that game didn't go over. But otherwise, we had him over all the time. We had everybody over. We were making a fortune with the overs. You put your LSU natty title bet in yet, Bobby? Probably nice odds right now. Well, if they go back to their regular quarterback, they would do a lot better than the quarterback they got. I mean, I like the coach, and if they got Boutte, you're saying for some reason he's staying in college, which I don't understand. But one thing I was talking about in the hot tub yesterday, in hot tub football, was if Cincinnati gets Brock Bowers from Georgia, the tight end, you won't see Mahomes in the Super Bowl for a long time. Because if you put Burrow with Chase and Bowers together, you goodbye, game over. They'll win every game. I mean, they'll add a few defensive pieces, probably Georgia guys. But if they can put Bowers and Chase with Burrow, forget about it. That's good. They won't be stopped. I agree, Professor. I was kind of disappointed when I found out that Jaden Daniels is coming back. Yeah, he's the wrong quarterback. Why would you want a running quarterback with Boutte? Like, hello, are you out of your fucking mind? LSU plus 1,200 to win Toto right now at my book. How about what's USC and Georgia? Georgia's got to replace Bennett, and I would love to draft Bennett. I mean, we talked about that in the hot tub too, and they said, well, he's 26. I go, so what? I mean, can he play for 10 years? Is the guy a winner? Did he just win 2 national titles? I think I could draft him. Well, what does 26 mean? There's nobody in the league. So once you're 26, you can't quarterback in the NFL, except for Brady, Rodgers, Mahomes, Drew Brees, Peyton Manning. I think Lamar's 26. There you go. Georgia plus 375. Oh, USC at 1,400. I would much rather have USC at 1,400 than LSU at 1,200. Are they fucking kidding me? All right, let's put some money on USC plus 1,400. Are you kidding? 14 fucking hundred. Wow. Georgia at 375 is attractive. But we got to see who their new quarterback is. That's going to be the thing. But their defense will be studs. I don't know who else. What, TCU? They got to replace their quarterback. Texas and then Oklahoma, no defense. Oak State, well, they lost Spencer Sanders. Maybe Kansas. They had a hell of an offense, no defense. I don't think Daniels is the best, but they can definitely do better. As Daniels is literally allergic to throwing down the field. Well, he can. He's Lamar. He just can run. USC defense is the killer. Well, I think it'll make it better next year, Bobby. I think they'll focus on it and get good players and, get the transfer portal where they'll get defensive players. But their offense is second to none. Running the Oklahoma offense, no way USC would stop anybody enough to go all the way. Well, they played, Utah 44-43. They almost won that game. TCU is 6,600, but we got to see who their quarterback is. If they have a good quarterback, I would take that bet in a heartbeat. TCU, good coach, Sonny Dykes. I like him. I think that'll be, I think that now they've been there, I think they get back. They were good. Kansas State's probably pretty good. It's the unusual suspects, Georgia, Ohio State, Alabama, Clemson, most favorite. Well, of course, because it's all bullshit. Where's Alabama? They didn't even make it. Clemson sucks. Ohio State, they didn't show up, and they need a new quarterback. Maybe Ohio State put a few dollars on, but I like Georgia. Well, again, they got a new quarterback, so we don't know at this point. I would think, Utah and USC, I think, because you got Rising, and they got a great defensive team anyway. So you got to go with a quarterback who's been there, who's good. Yeah, I like Caleb Williams. He's good. Well, and it's a good offense, though, so he lights it up. That's why they're such a beautiful over team, because they don't have a defense and they score 100 points a game. That whole Pac-10's Arizona State. The only one that's you got to worry about is Washington State with that killer defense, man. You can't fuck with them on an over. Yeah, I'm always a big Ohio State fan, too. Well, yeah, I mean – I don't know. They don't look good. They've lost 2 in a row to Michigan. Like, what the fuck's going on? If they can't beat Michigan, they're not winning the title. And then, although they played Georgia well, so I don't know what the fuck's going on with Georgia, but we'll see. Georgia's got to have that big defense. But since the defensive coordinator went to Oregon, maybe we look at Oregon. But Bo Nix is there. And I believe he's there next year. So maybe Oregon comes through. Maybe Oregon starts playing Georgia defense with the Georgia defensive coordinator. And they certainly had an offense that could score, except for when they played Georgia and lost 49-3. And then they lost to Washington, I think. And they lost to Oregon State. So they're struggling against good defensive teams. Do you think Clemson will get back on the map? No. Not at all. Florida State, maybe. It's all the coach. Whoever gets the coach would get it. Florida State, I think. Clemson lost their defensive coach to Oklahoma. They look weird last year. They got rid of Uglia Buglia. So we'll see. But I thought they had a good backup, but apparently he sucked in the bowl game. So I don't know who their backup is. So I would say it depends. It's all up to the quarterback. They get talent, and they usually have a good defense. But I think Florida State's coming up, and North Carolina State. I don't know. Who knows if Miami can figure it out. Phil, I despise Ohio State for stealing a national champion. Yeah, exactly. So do I. That was a terrible interference call, unless I'm betting on them. But they also they no-showed against Michigan this year, so it reignited my hatred. Yeah, I was expecting them to play Michigan the way they played Georgia, especially after losing to them, especially at home. It was shocking that they lost to Michigan. That's 2 in a row. They gets one more. If he loses 3 in a row, he's fired because they beat Michigan like 25 times in a row. Now they lost 2. And if they lose 3, and all Michigan's doing is running it down their throat. They have no quarterback. So we'll see, but I don't know. I'm questioning Ohio State. Couldn't do shit against Michigan, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they're going to do anymore. But there's nobody in the Big Ten. Penn State sucks, and Michigan State sucks. Illinois looked pretty good, actually. They had a really good defense. playing Wisconsin football. Wisconsin always chokes. So here's something you can buy, Bobby, of these little, this is a 1/10. This is $230. This is an eagle. And, if you only want to spend $230, then just buy one of these. And then these are, here's a 1/4 ounce Cougaran. This is 570 or 550, something around there. So if you don't want to spend the 2,000, I mean, this will be, those are good too. Excuse me. Bobby, yeah, I remember that was a bad day. Ohio State blew it against Michigan in the day game. Then LSU loses to A&M at night, costing me 2 bets. Yeah, well, you bet a lot of LSU. I couldn't figure out LSU last year because I didn't like the quarterback, and then the defense, I didn't know if they were showing up. They weren't throwing the ball to Boucher because they had a running quarterback. But, yeah, Ohio State, I was shocked, especially after a loss. Michigan, I didn't like their quarterback, and he sucked against TCU. But, see, what we do now is we're going to try to find TCU and Kansas, whoever they are next year. And I found them week 1, I found Washington State under and Kansas over week 1 because they played nobodies, but they looked really good. Washington State killed Idaho like 17-0, and they just dominated defensively. And I said, that team's got a good defense, so you just mark that off. And the same thing with Kansas, put up like 60 points on somebody. And it was like, fuck, this is a good scoring team. And the more I watched, the more I knew they were an over. So, but you don't know who they are. And this is the key. You can't assume Washington State and Iowa and Kansas are the same teams. You hope they are. Well, even Georgia gave up 7 points a game, not last year, year before. This year, their defense, where did their defense go against LSU and Ohio State and TCU? So all of a sudden, it's not the same shutdown defense for some reason. So they actually became an over team near the end against LSU, Ohio State, and TCU. So who's the next Georgia team? Well, this year was Illinois. They had the best points defense. It was like 9 or 10 points was all they gave up. So you keep betting them under, and you keep betting. I remember I saw all these 35-point totals. I've never seen that before. So I was playing Illinois, and the total is 32. And you're like, how the fuck do I play under in a 32? And yet the score was like 10-0. So yeah, that and Iowa State. So that's why you're looking for the under teams, and you're looking for the under team, and you're looking for the over teams. Good offense, no defense, and good defense, no offense. That's what you want. And if they're good at both, they're at 18. Oh, excuse me. So anyway, that's what we look at. So keep your eye on that. But that's what you're really targeting. So when I get the guys in the hot tub, I really just have fun just destroying them. Oh, you don't think Lamar Jackson's a good quarterback? How much money is he winning us? Nothing. So why would I like him? The guys are faster today. Oh, really? Did you time them? Did you time them in the 70s and you're timing them now? So are you saying Tony Dorsett wasn't a fast running back? Really? You timed him? Oh, my God. Anyway, Deion Sanders played in the 90s, was the fastest guy ever. So what are we saying here? You can't play in today, 2023, they're faster? I don't know why they always think the newer guys are better and faster. Phil, that was the same day Bobby was speeding around with one headlight, drunk as hell. He does that every day. Talk about some pathetic offense. Phil, I was on Texas that night at the game. The pullover was in Clearwater Beach area. Isn't Clearwater, is that in Florida or Clearwater Tower? I don't I don't know. I don't know Texas at all. Luckily, I Ubered in Texas, or that would have been the case. Hey, Eric, how are you? We cover a lot of subjects. What are you interested in? We're talking college football now. We talk gold and hot tub antics of communists and stuff like that. Well, good to hear. Anyway, yeah, so I'm curious. I got to find out what quarterbacks are eligible for the draft. I was surprised so many. Why is Rising and Van Dyke staying in school? I didn't understand that. Stock market, what would you like to know, Eric? We talk gold and stock market. I'd be worried about. Get your money out as quick as you can, because you're not gonna have it too much longer in there. The war, Russia's trump card is to go to back their dollar by gold, and nobody will want the U.S. dollar, and that'll end the stock market, and the housing market's already crashing from all the Chinese getting their money out. What you holding, Eric, in stock? Does Eric own gold and silver, or just stocks? Well, I don't know. Let's ask him. Eric, so what are you holding in your stocks? What's your portfolio? And how much gold and silver do you own? So you gotta answer the class. Bobby's a big silver guy. So is Phil. Phil's going to buy some gold. Professor already has recommended buying NFTs. This is what we buy. So we buy this, Eric. This is what the professor has. Maple leaves. Where's my Cougarams? And we get U.S. crap. I'm surprised Biden doesn't have his picture on the front. So that's what we buy. Where's my Cougarams? Fuck, I can't find my Cougar. There we go. Now you can buy these too, Eric. These are Cougarams, and they're cheaper, but they're still 1 ounce of gold. So any country that produces gold coins is a good buy. If it doesn't say 1 ounce of gold on it, you don't buy. Or if it doesn't say something ounce of gold, run fast. Just stocks tied to 401k. NFTs. I don't even know what an NFT. Not for tonight or what. Oh shit, Professor, did you lose your gold? No, I got my gold. Yeah, right here. 50 ounces. I got to get more. I don't know what to do. I don't know how much more I need. I got 3 girls, and Bobby's going to need some because he can't afford gold. And then Phil, so the club's going to need some. I don't know. I got to buy more, I think. But that's why I'm buying like 1/4 ounces. When you have girlfriends, you tend to give the girlfriend. So, like, I have this, but this is what's coming to the girlfriend, the 1/4 ounce, and she's all excited. But I don't tend to give the girlfriend this. I tend to give her this, and she's happy. And then I give her some silver, and so she's a happy camper. But no, I got it all right here. I was looking for a Cougar ad, and I kept pulling out Americans. I thought you had them in airtight. Well, they are in airtight containers. What do you think this is? This is an airtight, right? So this is an airtight container. I don't have them in the whites. Those are for the silver. I keep these right in the container. So this is the airtight container, right? There's no air in here. That's where all the gold goes, right? Maybe it'll be a white one. This is a 1/2 ounce, but these are all airtight. The white containers are the silver, and I pop 20 in, and then I seal it. But I'm not worried about silver as much. I can't. If I had to get these for silver, I got 460 ounces. I mean, it would be, it cost a fortune, and there's no reason for it. I don't need them airtight, but in the container. Does she sell it right away and buy purses, or does she know to hold? Jenna holds. She doesn't sell it. I told her it's going to go way up. She knows it. She holds it. She doesn't usually bother me for purses. She'll have me buy her perfume, but not purses. The Romanian one wants, here's $100. Happy Valentine. Oh, I wanted 400. Oh, okay. So I want to buy more gold, so you don't get 400. I said, just wait till the gold goes up, then I can give you more money. Some of them have the gaskets and some don't. Do you ask for the gasket ones or whatever they give you? Usually whatever they give me, because they're free. They don't charge me because $2,000, so if I buy this for $1,900, they just, I said, oh, I need a holder, and they give me the holder. They're not going to charge me $2 for the holder. The silver's different because I'll buy 20 and they just give me the white container. But I don't care, whatever, as long as it's in the thing, that's all I care about. As long as it's protected, that's, because when I travel, then I'm going to have this, and I'm going to put it in my shoe when we go through the plastic and the x-ray, and they're just quarters to them. They don't care. Nobody cares that it's gold. They're not checking. They just see it's money, and they don't, or, it's quarters and dimes. They don't give a fuck as long as I don't have, ammunition or any dangerous things. That's what they're looking for, is the danger, and there's no danger in this. No, my girl doesn't sell it right away. She knows to let it go. Then when it hits 50 grand, then she can do whatever she wants. It's hers. She can do what she wants with it. But I told her, don't sell it yet. Hold on. And she's smart enough to know she doesn't want to sell it now. Phil, some of them have we already asked. Phil, sell it right away and buy purses. There you go. If purses were assets, I would say that. And then, so you want to eat and you go, well, I have this purse. Maybe you take that to Kroger's to buy milk and bread with. Well, that's the problem with some of these European girls. They get money and they spend it. They don't know how to save it or invest it, and that's what they get confused by me. Carmen gets confused by me. Says, you got all this money, and I go, yeah, but I'm buying gold and silver with it. And the intent is not to sell it at this low price of $2,000. It's to sell it at $40,000, $50,000. That's the intent. And the silver at $2,000, I'm going to sell it at, not $25. So it says I'm not buying it to sell it at these low prices. Is the point to her. But, well, you got a lot of money. Yeah, and I intend to keep the lot of money. And then when this goes up, then we'll really have a lot of money. Then I can buy you a car or something, here, whatever. I'll give you the ounce and you can do what you want with it. In America, the chick would have bought shoes and DoorDash with all that gold. Exactly. Well, that's the problem. Most people in the U.S. would do that also. Most kids would take a candy bar over a quarter ounce of gold, or they would take this over this. So if I gave them, so if I had the little tenth of an ounce or the dollar, they would take the dollar over these. They wouldn't know. I need another small one for these. That's the problem. People are so brainwashed in the dollars that this is the holy grail, when this is the holy grail. So $35, now it's $1,900, and then this goes away. But this is the substitute for this. This is the point. This is the whole point of life. This is the substitute for this. This is the competition for this. That's it. So JP Morgan doesn't want competition, so he badmouths this and says, this is what you need. And Russia and China and India go, no, this is what we need. And Professor goes, this is what we need. So that's the whole, this is the Chinese restaurant versus the other Chinese restaurant. And we want to go to this Chinese restaurant. wonder if China does have gold, but they don't sell it. I want to get some of the year of the rabbits because it's the year of the rabbit. So I wonder if I can get some silver year of the rabbits at the coin place, like the kangaroos. I'll tell you if I get them, Bobby. I know you're big into that. Bobby, they would accept your avocado over an ounce of gold or silver. Maybe. I hope not, but look at all the avocado I can buy soon. How are they going to price everything? I am so I'm so disorganized. So we get rid of this. We get a new dollar. What are you going to, how much for the avocado and the Coke? And then if we go to this, we sell it. What do we get? This is gone and I have this. What do okay, I want to sell it, but what am I going to get for it? I don't, this doesn't exist anymore. So what do I sell it for? And that's the point. Are they going to come out with a new currency, which I think they have to, or this has its own value and you buy a house with it? That's the $64 million question. What are they replacing that with? And then when they do, what do we do with this? I know what we do with Bitcoin. We don't do anything because you don't have anything. I don't know why they didn't sell the Bitcoins because I see the little B coins. Now, had they done that, would have made perfect sense to, okay, I bought a Bitcoin, you get the Bitcoin. Okay, there's 21 million and they should be numbered 1 out of 21 million. And then you don't need the dollar for the Bitcoin, but they didn't want to produce the Bitcoins. Who wants to buy a computer program? Oh, it's code. I own code. The code's worth $18,000. So what are you going to do with your Bitcoin? When the dollar goes out, how are you going to sell it? What are you going to buy with it? That's the problem. And don't be fooled. This is going out. You cannot print $10 trillion and not have any effect on printing it. I mean, that's rule 1 of the class, right? If you don't get that concept, you've got to understand it. You can't print it to death. And that's what every currency that's ever done that has happened. I think it was like 80 currencies and they've all went to zero. So you can't print them. You have to have them backed by gold or silver or something. And it's usually a commodity. It's usually gold and silver because then it's accepted, right? What's our first rule? It's got to be accepted. Portable, scarce, divisible, fungible, acceptance. Number 5, it has to be accepted. Nobody wants, if it's not backed by gold, they're not going to accept the dollar. And if they don't accept it, it's not money. That's why Bitcoin isn't money. Believe me, everywhere else in the world, they understand gold and every central bank understands it. Phil, I would say Bitcoin went from 22,000 to 24 this week. If one can play it right, you can trade in cash profits to buy more metals. Just need to really pay attention. Well, okay, so I'm going to play your devil's advocate, like you played mine. What happens if the government? What happens if the government says you can't own it? No. What happens? Why did it go up? And I don't know that you can. I don't know that you can. Anybody can tell me why it went up. A lot of it is Russia is buying it to launder money because they're the Russian mafia who invented the Bitcoin. So maybe they're throwing money into it. Maybe they're buying gold and putting it into Bitcoin. Who the hell knows? But why would Bitcoin go up? And if it's because of the inflation, it's still in dollars. So it's still a bad investment. But I don't know. I don't know why it went up. I'm happy people are making money at it, but I'd rather if I'm going to be in that, I'd rather be in Mantle cards or Tom Brady cards than Bitcoin. I'd rather hold something, right? I'd rather have this in my hand and go, okay, I got it. Then, well, I got a link to some Bitcoin thing that I can't hold in my hand. That's just me. I care not why it goes up. You should care why it goes up. A lot of banks are starting to load up on crypto. But you got to know why it goes up. I mean, so you can't explain why it goes up. So how do you make a bet on something you don't know what's happening? Big institutions like BlackRock, et cetera, that's from what I know. BlackRock's buying crypto. Good for them. Again, it's priced in US dollars. So are they people getting out of US dollars going into crypto? They won't go into gold for the reasons Phil said. And then they're in crypto. Okay, but when the dollar goes out, what are they going to be valued in? That's the problem. They need currency to value it. So if BlackRock's in it, I don't want to be in it. I don't want to do anything BlackRock does. They're all a bunch of thieves and crooks and mafiosos. I can explain it, but why bother? It is all speculation and it's just theories, really. Okay. Not every crypto, though, there are a lot of that are of scams. So one must be selection which coins they invest in. Oh, you mean like the guy who stole all the crypto money? And he's in jail now for 100 years, the little kid. All I know is this is in my hand and it's not going anywhere. And crypto, being electronic and being held by other people, can easily, oops, it's gone. Or even digital dollars or any of that shit can be gone because of it's there. So I don't know. Yeah, there are like 15,000 different types of coins, many scams for sure, selective. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not against anything you can make money at, right? If you can make money selling Coca-Cola, go be my guest. But you really need to understand why you're making it. In other words, if me and Bobby make shoes, it's because there's demand for shoes. It costs us $20, and when in the market we can sell it for $50. That's why we go and make shoes, because we can make money on our cost. We can cover our cost with the sales price. And what is the market for Bitcoin and what is the price of it? This is the unknown. Gold, I know, is cheap. So I'm buying it because I know the market is huge because the demand's through the roof and there's no physical price. So therefore, as soon as that's determined, it's going to be a lot higher. That's my point in owning gold, and it's an asset. And I'm not worried about a lot of the other stuff. But the crypto I need to know is why, what's the market? What is it? Why is it going up? It's probably for the inflation and the same thing with the war and the dollar going down. It's probably the same reason. People are just divided into, I put my money into gold, but I don't understand gold and it's cheap, so it's not going to go up. And Bitcoin's much more of an investment. Oh, it'll go to 50,000. Why? Well, I don't know, but it will. Well, how about the guy that scammed everybody? Well, yeah, but that wasn't that. That's not going to happen. Madoff won't happen to me. It's only going to happen to somebody else. So really, that's what we're saying is, how safe is it? Are you going to wake up and be Madoff? Oh, shit, I don't have any money in it. I had 50,000 in Madoff, and I wake up and now it's zero. Well, why are you in Madoff? Well, I don't know, but it's going to go up and give me a percentage. That's what I'm warning everybody against. You got to be careful not to get Madoffed. Everybody thought, oh, it's fine, and the SEC looked at it and look what happened. I'm getting 20%. He hits every stock. He goes 100%. There's no risk in the portfolio. Oh, really? So in crypto, I can't even get that out of anybody. We don't even know that that's happening in crypto. We know we need more people in than out. We know it's a Ponzi scheme from that standpoint, right? Might not be a Ponzi scheme, but that's what a Ponzi scheme is, right? If I don't get money coming in, I can't pay the people going out. So if everybody wants their money and nobody's putting it in, I'm fucked because I don't have the money to give to the people. And that's what I think crypto is if you don't have money coming in, there is no value in it. It's not Coca-Cola where people are selling Coke and they're making profit and therefore the stock goes up. I don't know why. That's kind of my point with crypto. What is driving the price up, which nobody can answer me. So it's a Madoff. And we all know what happens in a Madoff. You lose. And that's why this is not a Madoff, and that is. And that's kind of the point I'm trying to hammer home. Hammer the point home. What movie is that from? Oh, yeah, it's from Joe Black. Beat Joe Black at the end. And the guy says, I'm trying to drive the point home with the hammer or something. Whatever Brad Pitt said. Right, Bobby. Phil. And I'm just dealing with a bag I bought years ago, so I don't want to comment about encouraging others to buy now. Well, that's fine, Phil. I'm just trying to play the devil as what we should. But fine, I'm glad you're making money, and I'm glad you're buying gold with it. That's very, very intelligent. So, no, I like what you're doing. It went up this week because of the CPI report came in all right. So true market is taking as inflation is going down and getting into a risk on environment. Crypto is like stocks on steroids. If stocks go up 3%, then Bitcoin goes up 10%. And other cryptos go up 30% in one day. It's a crazy market. Well, that doesn't make any sense what you just said, Bobby. So the CPI report came in all right. No, it didn't. It said that the CPI was like 6.7%, which is not all right. So Tuesday market is taking it as inflation is going down. So why would I buy? But crypto is not related to any good or service. It's not Microsoft or Apple. I could understand Microsoft and Apple going up because inflation's going down if you actually believe the government's numbers. So in other words, if inflation goes down, that means I'll keep my job and I can go buy an iPhone. Okay. Apple stock goes up. Okay, I get that. Perfect. No problem. How the fuck does crypto relate to that? Why would crypto go up? It's got nothing to do with the economy. It's got nothing to do with the product. It's got nothing to do with the service. It's got nothing to do with China or Russia or the war. It's got nothing to do with automotives. I'm going to sell more cars. Well, how does that affect crypto? So again, I'm lost at why would that be good for crypto? If inflation is down, maybe you buy Microsoft. I don't know. Maybe you buy Apple. Okay, but that makes sense, right? Inflation's lower, so I'm going to sell more. So therefore, I'm going to buy a stock in a company that's going to sell its product. Again, what does that have to do with crypto? A bear market, it's a bunch of idiots buying stocks that they shouldn't be. I don't think it will just keep going up from here, though, and will more than likely crack back down very soon. Just a bear market, really. Crypto is considered the new gold. Oh, my God. Not saying I agree with that, just forwarding the general message that is out there. I know you're not, again, how is it gold? In what realm is it gold? Oh, I found your Philharmonic, Bobby. Did you buy the Philharmonic silvers? I like this side too. See how it says 100 euros and it says gold 999? That's what I mean by this is money. It's 100 euros. I like how this is 100 euros. So it's 1 ounce of gold and 999. See what I find in my little bag. How is, okay, so let's say this is gold. I mean, I can take it to this. This is gold, Bobby. This is our new gold. Let's buy Canadian Club. It's gold. How do people in their right mind think that crypto is gold? In what scenario is crypto gold? It's not. Gold is not just like this is not gold. I mean, you can't just call things gold. The only thing that's gold is gold. This is gold. It's a gold coin, or it's a gold. This is gold. It's got to actually be gold to be gold. I'm not arguing with you, Phil. I'm just saying these people are so fucking stupid. You can tell them anything, and they just go with it without any knowledge. Like I said, I'll sell you oceanfront property in Detroit, even though the closest ocean is the Atlantic. I mean, these are some of the stupidest people I've ever heard of in my life. How you think crypto's gold, and I get it. It's not you talking, Phil, but that's just, it's mind blowing. But so if you think crypto's gold, why wouldn't you buy gold? Oh, because crypto's 23,000 and gold's 1,900, manipulated by JP Morgan. So they won't stop manipulating it, but nobody manipulates Bitcoin. It's just ridiculous. Okay, Phil, Bobby. Oh, yeah, I've seen that, Phil. There's some people saying that Bitcoin will be digital gold. Phil, look at that awesome cello on that Philharmonic. I like when my coins have cool designs on them. Yeah, that's why I bought it. Well, I've been to Austria too, and I really like I really like those. And yeah, no. And then this, I've actually been here, didn't go inside, but we walked on the outside, me and Carmen. So we were in Vienna and then Zurich. And then, so this is pretty cool too. Austria is a really good country. I like Switzerland better, I think. More money. Bobby, so how much does those go for in silver currently? I don't get the question. The ounce of silver is about $25. So if you're saying how much is this in silver, well, I don't know how many ounces of silver make this up. It's supposed to be 8-1. So if this is $2,000, it should be 200. Silver should be 250 at 8-1. That's my point. When this goes to 50,000, silver is going to be 8-1. It'll be about 5,000, or a little bit more. And then the idea is you'll take 8 ounces of silver, and then you'll buy your gold with the 8 ounces of silver. So if you got 20 ounces, you'll be able to buy 2 ounces of gold. That's the trick to buying the silver at these prices, right? You buy the silver at these prices, then you take 8 to buy gold, and the guy will take 8 very happily. So that's kind of how you buy your gold very cheaply, by buying the silver to buy the gold. That's kind of what's coming down the pike. Bobby, I have an old WWF title belt from my childhood sitting up in the attic. I wonder if that's gold. I might have to go up. Well, did Ric Flair make it a gold belt, I guess, or Hollywood Hogan? Good. I doubt they're gold, but they might be. Check it out, Bobby. You know what? I was disappointed. I have the two-tone Highland Mints. I have the Bobby Orr two-tone or Kobe Bryant. So it's silver with a gold overlay, and I was hoping that it was actually gold, and I had like 1/10 of an ounce of gold because I have 37 of them, so that would give me a couple ounces of gold. And then I find out that the gold plating is not really gold. It's just kind of a look, which I still kind of believe it's got to be some gold. It looks gold to me, even if it's 1/100th of an ounce of gold. Like I'll chisel it off the silver coins, and I'll have one of these. Yeah, I got a 1/4 ounce of bar of James Bond. Well, if you're asking the Philharmonic in silver, which I think is what you're really asking me, it'd be $25. It would be the bullion price. Maybe it's the 30. If it's in the U.S. dollar, maybe it's figure 30. Maybe because I don't know. It's not. I don't know if it's bullion. I don't think it's bullion. I think it would be coin. They'll probably figure 30, 35. But cool. No, I actually saw that guy's show. He was selling them at $3 or $4 over spot. So it would have been $25 if you go on that guy's show and order them. Phil, you own any Aztec calendar silver, Bobby? Pay a few bucks more, but damn, they got some really cool details. I own a few just because they are so interesting. Aztec calendar silver. Do they say silver on it? Are they like How much silver? Is it a quarter ounce, half ounce, an ounce? And where did you get it at? A coin store? Interesting. Bobby, you think stocks are going down? Absolutely. The Phil Hot Mic design in silver. Harmonic. The Philharmonic. Yeah, about figure $30 an ounce in silver. But they had it on that one guy's show I showed you last week at $3 or $4 over spot. So maybe you can still get them. Do you go to different coin shops? If so, why or why not? Does the premium affect where you shop or selection? Can you expand more on why you go to a coin shop or switch? The Aztec calendars are 1 ounce, got them online. As long as they say 1 ounce, you're fine, but be careful with that. I've gone to about 4 coin shops. So the first one was in Ann Arbor, and I went to him. He didn't charge sales tax. He had a good price. And at first I Googled them. I Googled 2 or 3 to get the best price. So really all I care about is price. That's the most important because I trust that I'm actually, as long as this says 1 ounce of gold on it, I'm trusting that it's 1 ounce of gold. So as long as it says it, I'm not really worried that the guy's dicking around and I'm getting fake gold or fake silver. So that's the first thing. So then it's price. As long as if it's all equal and this guy's 1900 and this guy's 1890, I just assume go pay 1890, the 1900. That's my competition and substitution, right? So they're competing, and then I'm going to substitute the 19 for the 1890 because it's cheaper. And all I care about is I pay less. If I pay less and it goes up, I make more money. That's all I care about. Then I started going to Ann Arbor, and sometimes I would call him up because it was 25 minutes away, and I said, "Do you have any?" And he'd say, "Yeah." And I'd say, because a lot of times he wouldn't have. He wasn't as big as my store I go to now. So he said, "I don't, I have it." And I would drive out there, and he says, "I don't have it." I says, "I told you I was on my way. What the fuck do you?" And then I was in the hot tub or in the club, and somebody said, "Oh, I know they sell gold and silver closer to me." So I went in there, and the price is maybe $1 difference. But he always has, and I don't have to drive 20 minutes to Ann Arbor. I drive 2 minutes to the store. So I changed stores. He doesn't charge tax. There's no shipping because I'm walking in. So because it was more convenient, and I'm trusting, I know the gold, the silver are the gold and silver. To me, to drive to Ann Arbor, 20 minutes back and forth, versus a mile, 2 miles away. I said, well, even though it's $1 cheaper, I've already did my damage buying like $15,000 worth of gold ounces. So now it's more a little bit of gold here and there and a lot of silver. And for the $1, it just didn't make sense to worth it. So I get along with the guys pretty good. We talk economics and gold. So that wasn't a problem, both places. So they're pretty cool guys. We understand each other. If I had to, I'd go to Ann Arbor if the guy doesn't have, but the guy's got a bigger selection where I go to now, and his price is $1 more, let's say, but it's more convenient. It's a quicker drive, and I trust the guy, and I do a lot of business, so they know me. So that's why I switch, but I do what I do with everything, with restaurants, with grocery stores, with women. It's competition. Who am I comfortable with? What are we getting? And then that's the whole point of it. So because they have it and it's at a relatively good price, I'm fine with it. So that's really what I'm doing. So that's why I would switch, because I'm fine with the new coin store. It gives me what I want. I never have a problem getting inventory. And to save $1 to drive to Ann Arbor, and then the guy I don't know, he's a smaller store. This guy deals right with the mint. So is he going to have it? Is he going to say he has it and then he doesn't hold it? And I'm like, okay, I don't need to play games, and I don't need to go to Ann Arbor. The other one was in Alabama. I was working there, and I said, oh, they must have coin stores. And then I found out the one guy's never there, and the other guy was only there to buy, wasn't there to sell. So I said, well, fuck that. Fuck Alabama, man. These guys are backwards anyway. So really, now I go to the one in Michigan, 5 minutes from my house. I can always go to Ann Arbor as a backup, but I don't know if he's going to have inventory. He was running out of silver a year and a half ago when I first started buying it, so I don't know. But in the year and a half, it's not like I could have got it much cheaper than what I'm buying it for. So from that standpoint, that's why all I'm trying to do is accumulate ounces for when the shit hits the fan. And they're trying to block it, as Bobby's saying, but they're not going to. Thank God for Russia and China coming up with their own gold system. That will blow it up, and then people aren't going to want dollars. And that's the videos I showed you the other day where the people are going to be out of dollars and say, I don't want dollars anymore. What's left? Gold and silver and off to the moon. Okay, let's see. I never heard of Aztec calendars. Are those good? I have never heard of them either. I'd have to see the coins. I can ask my gold guy if he's heard of them, but I don't know. They are 1 ounce of bullion silver, Bobby. They look cool. That's the only reason. Advantage, nothing more. So they sound like the buffaloes I buy. Maybe they're very similar. So as long as they say an ounce of silver, as long as they say 1 ounce, 999 silver, it's okay to buy anything that says it. They even have Trump ones and some other ones, but I don't buy those. I don't want anything political. I stay away from those. Phil, they do say 1 ounce pure silver on one side, calendar on it. Well, then they're fine. Because it's not about you. Well, partly it's you trusting it. Partly it's if I want to sell it. Well, the buyer got to see 1 ounce silver, 1 ounce gold. So he'll buy it from me. Otherwise, I'm fucked, right? Well, I'm the same guy who bought Eagles for 38 an ounce. So 30 is a discount for me at this point. Something like that, Bobby. I wouldn't admit to the 38 an ounce. Say you bought it for 35 an ounce. Let me check if JM Bullion has those Philharmonics. They might not. It was on one of those YouTube guys shows where he introduces. He says, "Oh, we have a sale on Philharmonics at 3 or 4 over." Spot while supplies last. So I don't even know if he'd still have any, but yeah, I mean, they're nice. I'll check the Aztec calendar too. You should be able to Google that Aztec calendar silver and see what it looks like. I have never heard of it. Isn't Ann Arbor where the big house is? Yes, it is. It's about 25 minutes away from where I live. Make sure that Harbaugh doesn't beat you to all the medals before you get there. You think Harbaugh's smart enough to buy gold and silver? I'm actually looking at the site now, and those Philharmonic Australian, yeah, they're Austrian, not Australian. And they're not Philharmonics, they're Philharmonics. It's one word. Here. Philharmonics. Although it's in Austrian, so it says Philharmoniker, but basically it's a one word and it's Austria, not Australia. Yeah, here, Republic of Austria, although it's written in Australian, but that's what it is. So they're Austrian coins. As in Vienna. Think of Vienna. That'll help you out. I'm actually, okay. Austria, I think, Bobby. Yeah. The kangaroos are Australian, Bobby. And they're all good. It's all fair. It's all the same. It's all, as long as it says 1 ounce of gold, 1 ounce of silver, we're all happy campers. And then we're just waiting for it to go up. And again, you can't lose on it. It's not going to zero. I mean, they're only going up in value. With the whole world collapsing, the demand for this shit will go way up, and that JP Morgan won't be able to hold it. And let's not forget, JP Morgan owns 300 tons of this shit, so they probably want it to go up also. I think at the end of the day, they'll be happy when it goes up, because you can only keep the price low if there's something to buy. But once it's all gone, then what are you going to do? You're going to keep the price low for what? There's nothing out there. So as the supply is drying up, and keep in mind, what we buy a couple ounces, the Federal Reserves of all these countries are buying tons of gold, 30 tons, 300 tons, 60 tons, 90 tons. They're buying tons. They're buying the blocks. So not all of it is in coins. Some of it's in James Bond, and they're buying. So the central banks are buying in tons. You know how many I need? I need 32,000 of these to get 1 ton. Can you imagine 32,000 of these for 1 ton? Oh my God! How in the world? Where would I put it? I'd have a little pyramid stack behind me. Oh, here's my ton of gold. Good luck getting that on the airplane, right? I see they have 1 ounce Philharmonic silver coins for 27. There you go. They are in stock. Oh yeah, exact one I'm looking at, except it's silver. Yeah, I know. I need to put it in an order. Yeah, go ahead. Buy 20 of them at $27 an ounce. Figure they'll be worth $2,000, and it won't matter if it's Philharmonic, U.S., Canadian, or Kangaroo. It's all the same as far as the value, right? It's 1 ounce of silver. It doesn't matter who. There's no better or worse. There's more demand. They can get more money for U.S. because we're in the U.S. and people think, oh, I need a U.S. Or people think I need the ones with the that say 50 euro on it versus the ones that are bullion. They think, oh, well, I need the currency. Well, you're buying a 1 ounce silver. That's a $1 silver. Nobody's taking the dollar. They're taking the silver at, let's say $1,000 an ounce. Nobody cares that it's $1. They care about the $1,000 for the ounce of silver. So it's not really used as money anymore from the standpoint of the value of the $1 on the silver is $1. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's not used for that. Really, all you care is it says 1 ounce of silver, $9.99, and you're like, looks good. Thank you very much. Off to wait a little bit. Not much, but we got to wait. But I'd rather have it now at the price I paid, and I'm fine, than to wait. And now this motherfucker is $40,000. How are you going to get $40,000 for this? Where are you going to get that from? But if I have it already at 1,900 or so, now it goes up to 40,000. I don't need to buy one. Got it. Or I've got the silver, which 8 silver should buy the gold. So the silver price is not even close. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It's not even close to being right. 8 to 1. It should be 2,000 divided by 8 is 250. So why is it still 25? And then what kills me is people believe it's a $25 ounce of silver. Why would they think, that's the problem. You're looking at derivative, you think it's a stock price, and you go, oh, well, that's what it is. See, that's the other part of it. This is not stock. This is not, this is 1,900. You're thinking it's a stock price, right? Well, the COMEX says 1,900 is 1,900. It's not a stock. It's money. This is real money. This is not real money. So what's the real value of this? Well, they don't tell you that, do they? They don't tell you the real value. They'll say it's $1. Well, okay, but what does $1 buy? Oh, nothing. Not even a cup of coffee. And that's what this is not a stock. So when people see COMEX at 1950, it's not a stock. It's not, oh, I'll sell it at 21. This is fucking money. This is not, you're not buying it like you're buying stock. If you want stock, buy gold stock, go buy it. Why do I think the market's crashing? As I've told you before, because of the Chinese have a lot of money in our stock market, as do the Germans, as do the Japanese, as do most of Europe and Asia. It's not just the U.S. in the U.S. market. As these people or their currencies are blowing up, mostly German, Japan, the UK, and China, as their currencies are going down, they need money. So they're going to sell the stock that they own in Apple and Microsoft to get the money to live in their countries. That's why I think the stock market's going down. The second reason is inflation. Costs go up. You can't pass on the price, as I've been teaching, right? I can't make my Canadian if this, so this was, it cost me 30 and now it's 50 and I sell it for 50. Now inflation hits and inflation's raised this cost to 60. Can I sell it for 20 over? Can I sell it for 80? No, that's the problem. So the inflation raises your cost, but you can't raise the price of this. People will not buy it when it costs more, or some will, but a lot will be down. And just because your costs up, nobody gives a fuck. I don't care your costs are higher. My buying is also higher, so I can't afford it. So therefore, that's what happens. So you don't really have that. So with that said, you then go ahead and what's going to happen to the stock of the company? It's going to go down because they're not making earnings. And that's what's happening. But the magic trick is the Fed keeps printing money. And what are they doing? They're putting money into the stocks. And they're giving money to the Black Rocks and the JP Morgans and the Vanguards. And what do they see? They're like Buffett. They'll buy 1 million shares of Coca-Cola. They're not stock investors. They're just buying a good company. Everybody needs Coke. Why don't we buy 1 million shares of it? So if we wanted to make money, we'd all get together and buy Coca-Cola. Are we geniuses? No. Are we going to make a fortune? Yeah, well, we would have. Now, probably, because it's Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is the investment, and we're just buying it. So that's how you make money in it. And that's what they're doing. They're just picking the top 20 stocks and investing in them, and they're making money because the money's rolling in, going into it. But the company, their financials aren't that strong, and they're going to start losing money. And when they lose money, people will sell the stocks, and then the people will need money. They'll sell the stocks because they need the money, as well as the company not performing well. So why would I go into stocks when I don't think they're going to perform well because of our 15, 16% inflation that's said to be 6.5%, which is proven that it's bullshit. They're going year over year. And as I said, if I raise my price from 20 to 50 and then nobody buys and I got to lower it to 40, it doesn't mean inflation's going down. And you can't judge inflation by prices. You judge it in money. So that's really what's happening. I got to stretch. So what's really going? So why would I buy stock? There's no reason to. If the economy was growing and I felt like, oh, everybody's going to buy an iPhone, everybody's going to want a Tesla, everybody wants a Ford, and interest rates are low, then I would do that. That's why I get in. It's the future earnings are what drives it. Who's going to buy a car now? Nobody's going to buy a car. So the car companies are fucked because they got inventory they can't sell. The suppliers are fucked because they're going to say, I don't need any more tires. I got cars I can't fucking get rid of now. What am I going to do? I don't need more steel. I don't need to make more cars because I can't sell them. So you have a lot of that. And then what are you going to buy, a $1,500 iPhone? I don't think so. You might get some, but it's got to be going down. Who's going to have $15 extra for an iPhone? So you go substitute and buy a Walmart phone for $200. It works the same way. I don't need it to be Apple. And that's what you do. So again, the stocks are going to get hurt as the housing is getting hurt because of all the Chinese pulling out of the U.S. housing market because they need money. So again, if there's more sales, then buyers in the housing, it goes down. And if there's more stocks not making earnings because of the higher prices and cost, people can't afford, of course, their sales are dropping, their earnings are down. Why would I buy the stock? I'm only buying the stock because I think it's going to go up, not down. Let's see. Need to put in Bobby gets some gold and some playing in the minor leagues. Yeah, Bobby does that. Stop. I meant, when was the last time you had faith in stocks, and will it be complete currency reset before you could trust buying stock again? I've been in stocks in the last year and a half. I used to be in gold stocks. So to answer that question, I'm actually answering Bobby's question on stocks. I think it's Bobby's. Oh, okay. Anyway, the last, I haven't been in the market in a year and a half. Even before I was in gold stocks. If I feel there's inflation because they print too much money, so as soon as Biden took over and you had this huge inflation, actually I got out when Trump put on the tariff on the Chinese, because that's what caused the 1929 collapse, that and the inflation of the 20s. And I know they've been inflating, right? So I can read all the signs ahead of everybody else. So I see the dollar being inflated. So I know that's going to raise prices. That's going to hurt stocks. Trump puts an embargo or a tax on China. Remember, he puts this whole tariff on China goods coming in because he wants to even it out. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. That's not good for stocks if you raise tariffs, right? If you raise costs, it's never good. So when Trump did that, I got out of the stock market. And I didn't buy gold at the time until Biden came in. And when Biden started printing trillions of dollars is when I said, okay, here comes the inflation. See, what Trump did was slow the economy, but what Biden's doing is the inflation. So when he's printing $10 trillion, I'm getting the fuck out of the dollar. That's inflation. And that's when I started getting into gold and silver. So before that, I was out of most stocks, but I was playing the gold stocks. So I would do my 10 o'clock, the 10:15 buy, and out by 3:30. That's what I was doing that's how I was playing the stock market for a couple years. I made like 30, 40 grand on it. And then and then as soon as it started tanking, I got out, and then I just bought the physical. So I'm always reaction. There's an action and a reaction. So I always read the action, understanding what the reaction is going to be. And so I'm usually ahead of the game, but I got a master's in it, so I understand it. And that's all I focus on then. So when these idiots do things, I know what the repercussion is. Russia's at war, but Russia has all this gold and China's got all this gold, and they want to come out with the dollar backed by gold. Well, I know what's going to happen. This is all going to the fucking moon, right? Because you must raise the value and the price of gold if you want to have dollars backed by gold. But the only way to substitute out of this is to have a dollar backed by gold. Now, it'll be a ruble or a yuan. It'll be backed by gold. And why? Well, you sanction Russia. You won't let them use U.S. dollars anymore. What are they supposed to do? They can't use rubles. You can't even get them, right? So it ends up where by sanctioning Russia, we've now come out with this dollar backed by gold because it's the only thing to get out of the dollar. And as you hear Putin saying, I don't want to be in the dollar. So it all makes perfect sense when you hear the whole story going, well, this is what's going to happen and this is why. And will it be a complete currency reset before you could trust buying stocks again? Well, it's all based on the economy growing. So when I see the economy growing, my problem is I don't trust JP Morgan, I don't trust BlackRock, and I don't trust Vanguard. So it's going to be and I don't trust the government. So it's going to be very hard for me to get into stocks. But at this point, this is my retirement, right? So when this goes up, I won't give a fuck about stocks. So that'll be what'll happen, right? I won't care. And if I do buy a stock, as I pointed out, it would be Coca-Cola or Pepsi, and I would just buy, a little bit of those. But right now, the whole market will collapse because people will need money, and all the idiots on margin will get crushed. But we're not in it. It's not just the U.S. stock market. It's China. I don't think Russia's allowed anymore. So it'll be China and Japan and Germany and Europe and the UK are in the stock market. Will all take their money. They'll take the ball and leave, right? I don't want to play anymore, and they'll take their ball. That's the problem, right? So we won't really. It's not just U.S. in the market. So as they leave, the market's going to go down, and the whole market will go down. They'll need money. They don't give a fuck. They're going to sell. I need to sell $50,000. Well, they don't care. Whatever their stocks are in, they're selling. They don't care. So, yeah, and with this high inflation and high interest rates, the only stocks I would be in now would be Coke and Pepsi, or maybe ketchup, maybe M&Ms, things that are very cheap that you will buy. And if it goes up a little bit, it won't matter. Like I bought broccoli yesterday. I don't know, it's $2.99. I don't know what the price was. I don't give a fuck. I got to buy the broccoli. And I did notice eggs were on sale with the substitute brand. So the good brand of eggs is $4.79, but the other eggs are $3.50. What's the difference? I don't know. Are the chickens hormoned or whatever? I don't know what the difference in eggs is, but you can get the substitute eggs. Hopefully it doesn't kill us from the whatever they feed those chickens versus the other chickens. But I did see them lower, as well as buy an Oreo, get the second one free, or buy Coke and get the second one free. So I am seeing all those deals because they can't obviously sell, because they can't just raise the price with no impact. Because theoretically, you're buying, like, they've done their test and they know $50 is what to sell this at to make maximum profit. So they'll sell 100 cases at 50, and they know if they raise it to 55, they'll sell 90 cases. And so they're like, well, wait a minute. And they know if they sell it for 25, they'll sell 200 cases. So they already have it marked in as 100 cases is maximum profit at $50 a bottle. So if they raise their cost, if they raise their price, they know it's going to cost them. They're going to sell less. So they already have done those studies. They know what's the maximum. And I used to do that at Hiram Walker, where I would look at the margin per size, and I could see how many cases were sold and how much money they made. And then you would see, they would do the multiplication for you, and you would simply see, that's you make more money on the 750s versus the 1 liters at this price, and this is how many you sell. And I could see that. So that's basically what it would be. And, so that's why you're in the stocks, but this they can't fuck around with. They can do what they're doing with JP Morgan to keep the price down, but you can't do it forever. And eventually the price will go to demand. But it's the only product that's not priced at physical. It's priced there. And but the Chinese and the Russians and the Indians are aware of it, and they're coming up with their way out of it. And then I'm just going, fine, go ahead, boys. I'll go for the ride. Let's see. So currency reset. That's just going to come out with the new currency. So I don't know what they're going to reset. What's the new dollar going to be? Is it going to be 1-to-1, or is it going to be 70? Turn this in, you'll get 70 cents on the dollar. The gold and the silver will be reset to market, and it'll just be on a physical exchange like stocks. That's what we want with this. So if Coca-Cola is selling at $40 a share and it moves up and down, that's what we want with gold. We want gold to be at 50,000 an ounce, and then one day it's 51, one day it's 49, and then I'll worry about selling it at profit, Phil. Bobby, how about Tesla or Apple? Did you own those stocks? Never. Do you stream your broccoli or put butter or cheese on it? I cook it with my omelets. So I'll, instead of making an omelet and putting some small little veggies, I throw the veggies in, the mushrooms, the peppers, and the broccoli in the frying pan, and I let it cook up. When I have hamburgers, I mix them in there too. Then I take the 3 eggs and I put the eggs, they're all over the top, and then it cooks. So that's how I cook it, and I'll bake it at the end if I got a hamburger. Otherwise, it's just washed, and I put it in a salad with my Ken's dressing, and I'll eat it with the lettuce and that, and all that. So I went last night and bought my veggies, so I got to cut them all up. But that's how I eat it. I don't steam it, so it's usually the frying pan when I want some taste, and I put olive oil in the frying pan and then cook it up. But when I get my General Chow, there is broccoli in there. So what I tend to do with the General Chow is if I make chicken, I'll put the chicken in with the sauce, and I'll cut broccoli in with it and peppers, and then I make it this whole big nice Chinese thing with the nice flavor from the people that make the General Chow, the sauce, and it tastes fucking great. Phil, broccoli is a delicate balance of steaming out all nutrients, but also making sure it's soft enough to be pleasant to eat. I can eat it in a salad, just washing it, but I fry it, so I think I'm still eating some nutrients. I don't know. But yeah, that's the problem with veggies. They don't really fill you up. Although cauliflower and celery, if I just wash them and eat them whole, they taste okay. I don't have a problem with that. But yeah, I mean, but that's the key to it is eating that. But yeah, I mean, everything is supply and demand and competition and substitute. If you can just remember those concepts of economics, you can substitute and competition, and that's what separates us from the wolves. The Russians don't allow competition, or the communists, right? So you don't get the competition, so you can't substitute. So it'd be like going to one restaurant, and that's the only restaurant there are. You go to this restaurant, or you go to the grocery store, and there's different grocery stores, but everybody sells the Canadian Club at the same price, like in Canada. Or, oh, you want ketchup? Well, it's going to be $6 no matter where you go. That's the difference. You can't substitute because the government makes the price whatever they want to make it at, which is not market, which is fucked up, and it kills your economy. That's why we're the best economy. We allow that stuff, and they don't. So I was going to tell that to Joe Stalin yesterday, but I left him alone. I was talking football. Bobby, what do you think of bars? Do you still buy those or not recommend the coins to buy? I assume you're talking these. It's choice. I mean, this is a 1/4 ounce of Credit Suisse. So whatever you want. I like coins, but I've always liked coins. It's whatever you want. They're all going to have the same value. This and this are the same. This is a 1/4 ounce. This is a 1/4 ounce. They both are a 1/4 ounce of gold, will have the exact same value. So it won't matter. So whatever you like. If you like bars, buy bars. If you like coins, buy coins. If you like Cougarans, you like Maple Leafs, you like dollars, Philharmonics, whatever you like is what you should buy. But you're buying gold, and it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, if an ounce of gold is $50,000 and you own an ounce of gold, you own $50,000. And that's what you're doing at the end of the day. I own the ounce. It's not specific to country or anything else. So that's really what you're doing. But it's all the same. As long as it says, this says 1/4 ounce of gold, you can see that there. As long as it says this is a 1/4 ounce of pure gold, That's all we care about. That's all you care about. And that's why I say to buy the Cougar Ants, because they're cheaper. They're usually $50 cheaper than Americans. Now, most people are idiots. They don't understand that. So they buy the Americans because we're in America. That's what I want. And you're like, okay, but that doesn't help you. That doesn't help you. I just kind of stretch. But that's not, it's not going to benefit you by buying American over Cougar Ants. There is no benefit. Again, it's an ounce of gold. That's it. It's not like a Russian ounce of gold's more. Although Russia can't sell Russian ounces of gold in Switzerland because of these sanctions. So no Russian gold, which even makes it more limited, is the fact that there's no Russian gold coming into the mix and there's no China gold coming into the mix. So if you don't allow those two in and people are buying it, then it makes it even more limited and more rare and more expensive. And the Chinese and the Russians are sitting on gold mines. So we all know those with the gold make the rules. So that's what will happen. Bobby, do they have Cougar Ants and silver too? Yeah, I just got some. I thought I showed them to you the last one, but yeah, I just bought. Oh no, I didn't. Yeah, I got the Cougar Ants in silver. He had those. I got two of them. So he didn't have a lot. I assume what happens is people come into a store with the Cougar Ants and they sell it to them because they need money. And so there's a lot of that shit going on. A lot of people going in needing money. I don't know why they need money, if they're losing their job or just the cost of everything going up. That's not clear to me. But in my world, I don't really, my costs aren't, the way I eat and everything, I don't really see it, right? My rent's fixed for a while, and then I'll have to renew it. My utilities are up a little bit, but I don't, it's not 80 degrees in here. I don't care about that. I typed in the search in the site, but nothing was coming up. I might be squeaking it wrong. How do you spell cougar? Jesus Christ. There you go, Phil. Yeah, Bobby's got his own little language there. Yeah, I had to show you how to Philharmonic, Philharmon, Philharmonic, IC at the end. Cougar Ants are with the, let's see if they, Cougar Ant, South Africa. Well, they don't even, let's see. Here, Cougar Ant. There you go, Bobby. Krugerrand. Krugerrand. It's got a little deer on it. I don't know who's on the front. Probably their president or something. Some old guy. They don't say. They're embarrassed. It's Bobby's first day here, I think. Yeah, Bobby's got his own little language that we're not privy to. Krugerrands, Philharmonics. There are two words for Bobby: Phil and harmonic. Everybody else, it's one word. Yeah, they're not too common here. The silver, I've never seen the silver before. Last week when I bought my 10 ounces of silver in my gold, I hadn't seen it before. I didn't know they really came out with it till I saw it. But I do know there's silver Philharmonics, but I haven't seen that. But he has a case where he's got more of the $35 country coins. That's why I asked him about the rabbit ones for China. It's the year of the rabbit. I like rabbits, so I'll have to see if I can get one. Sorry, I didn't hear that after the K. Thought it was cougar. I will check again now if they have it. Well, you're looking for Cougar and silver. I don't know that it'll be that much available. Like I said, I've never seen it in my store. This is the first time I saw it, so I'm not aware it's a normal thing. The Philharmonics, I was watching the guy's YouTube, and that's what he does is sell gold and silver. And he had a sale on the Philharmonics at $350 over spot. But that's what he does is he sells it. Anyway, 4 hours later, so I have to get up for my back. Otherwise although it's just tight now, it's not, the nerve isn't too bad. A little bit. I think that's part of my problem. I'm sitting too long. I got to do the show standing a little bit. And off to the pool. It's a South African silver. Well, it's South African. That's what it is. It's a South African coin, right? South Africa. So here's a 1/4 ounce one. So this is a 1/4 ounce Cougaron. So they're different sizes, but they're all dear. JM has Cougarans for about 28 in silver right now. I paid 25 because it was considered bullion, so I bought them for 25.70. He didn't charge me more for the only ones he charges me more on are the Eagles, or if I bought like Maple Leafs or stuff like that, he'll charge like 35. But the Cougarans, he was 25 on with it, but he didn't have many, and I bought 2 of them, and I think maybe he had 4 or 5. One was, I think, scratched, and he kind of said to me, well, you probably want to buy better condition, because the people who are buying it want better condition silver, which is the first I've heard of that. So I said, oh, okay. So I didn't buy a scratched one. Anything your coin guy is running really low on lately, Professor? Yeah, gold and the maple. He only gets gold in when people actually come in and sell him gold. So he had 2 tenth of an ounce, and he had 2 1/4 ounces, and he had 3 ounces, and then he had 3 Cougaran ounces, and then he had a bunch of these Credit Suisse. So he had these ouncers. But he doesn't have a full. So now he goes from the mint, and he's got a couple of stores, so he generally can get it. But it's the people selling it, so that's why he tends to have it. Silver, he does have the Eagles for 35, and then he gets the bullions in, the Buffaloes, or here he got Cougarans and sometimes Maple Leafs. But he seems to have something. I keep thinking he's going to run out, but then people are selling it to him, which he loves because he buys it at spot, and then he sells it back. So if somebody brings in a silver eagle and he pays him 25 and then sells it for 35, so I don't know, there's not a huge markup for him. It is in gold. So if somebody brings in a gold ounce and he gives it to him for 1,900 and then he turns around and sells it for 2,000, he makes a lot more than $5 on it. Bobby, if I order them on JM using a card, they will charge $30.42. Well, yeah, but that's the problem with it. But isn't that the normal way? That's why at my store, he'll charge me a little bit percentage more if I use my credit card or debit, but I usually try to pay him in cash. All gold and Maple Leaf silvers or maple gold. All gold and Maple Leaf silvers or maple gold. Yeah, I hate that their system of pricing the online places have, Bobby. Try Money Metals. Well, they're not much better. SD Bullion or AppMax. You probably already know about them. Vanilla and his batting average of 420. So are you asking me all gold and Maple Leaf silvers? Well, I mean, like now he's got Cougar ants. Sometimes he has Maple Leafs, and usually U.S. And then the silver, he has the Liberties, but then once in, like now he had some Cougar ants. Obviously, somebody dropped them off. Where's he going to buy them from? And then I haven't seen silver Philharmonics. I just saw this gold one once, so obviously he didn't buy them from Austria. Somebody came in and gave it to him, or sold it to him and stuff like that. But it depends. It's different. Like there was 2/10 of an ounce and 2/4 ounces. He's not buying those from the mint. Somebody's bringing them in. That's how he's getting them. My maple question was regarding what your coin guy had low on stock. It all depends. If I went in today, I don't know. He might be low on ounce. Sometimes he doesn't have any ounces. Sometimes he won't have dimes and quarters, gold. So it really depends. He's not, it's as people come in, they're basically, and then if somebody comes in and buys a lot of stuff. So it's really when you're there, I don't know. But he's, doesn't have a lot of gold and not a lot of bullion. But he always seems to have some. I never heard of them, but we'll check it out. Thanks, Phil. I've ordered from them, Bobby. They are good. Can verify. You're welcome. Okay, so nothing is consistently low on stock. Well, I think it's all consistently low on stock. His stock comes from the people who sell to him, who need money. So, like I said, he had 2/10. He had 2/10 of an ounce and 2/4 of an ounce. That was it. No half ounces, and then he had, I think, 3 American ounces, and then he had 2 Cougar ant ounces. That's all he had. So that's really low, but somebody's coming in with it. So if I go today, he might not have any gold, or somebody might have gave him some. So it's hit and miss. The silver bullion buffaloes, he seems to have those. He seems to always have some silver, but he has trumps, so I don't want trumps. Then he might get Cougar ants in, but that's the first time I've seen him. So he always has some silver, and then he always seems to have the Eagles at 35 an ounce. So he always has like 20 of those. Well, why pay 35 when you can get the same thing for 25? So that's kind of what I'm doing. But he always has some, but it's people selling to him. Apparently people need to sell their gold, or they need money, so they're selling their gold for it. And that's really the one kicker of gold and silver that we don't talk about. It's always money. It's always in demand. So if you have this and you really need money, you're going to be able to go there and get money for it, right? Whatever, all the spots, 1,900. I know I can get 1,900 for that. So that's why I say don't worry about it, because your dollar, this is never going to keep its value, right? This is going down and down and down, where this is going up and up and up and up, and there's always demand. So you can always go to my coin store where he sells this, and he will always buy it from you. He will never turn it down, and he will give you the spots. But if the spot's 1,900 today, and we know it's low, but it doesn't matter. If we need $1,900, we know we can take this, give me 1,900. We know that's it. We know this is losing value. So of the two right there. Now, what do you do with your Bitcoin? You can sell it, but then how do you get money for it? Okay, I don't know how that works, but let's say it's like PayPal. Somebody pays me. I then transfer it into my checking account, and I got money in my bank account from PayPal. It's a transfer in. I don't know if Bitcoin is the same way. It sounds like it is, because Phil's got money for gold, so I assume he takes the money out of Bitcoin and then he puts it into his bank to get the money to go buy gold and silver. I would assume that's how it works. What kind of person is selling their metals right now? People that need money. people that don't understand it's going to go up. So if you got to eat or you pay rent and you got kids or maybe you have a medical, you need money. Anybody that really needs money, maybe they're out of work, maybe they're retired and they need money, will go and sell it. So there's a lot of that going on. Do you think they are maybe in a bad position in life or they think it's peaked? I think they're just they just need money. I don't think they're selling it because it's a stock, because it really hasn't gone up, right? So I think they're more needing the money than they are going, oh, it's at 1900 and that's it, and I'm going to sell it. So I think 99% of people who sell it need money. That's why they're selling it. It's got nothing to do with, oh, it's gone up to 1950 and I'm going to make $50 on it. You're not buying this for that. I once had to liquidate 9% of my gold due to a car emergency years ago. I hated doing it, but I had no choice at the time in my life. Maybe others sell over that. Times are hard for a lot of people. That's exactly why we own it, right? Yeah, that's what I think, Professor. I agree. It's sad, and I hated to do it myself. Well, that's what I didn't like in Alabama. This old lady's coming in, selling her silver, sterling silverware, and utensils, and then some silver. And the fucker he was buying it under spot. I mean, you're a coin store. What do you fucking? I was ready to cut in and say, look, lady, I'll buy your silver at $2 over spot. Like, fuck this guy. I would have, if I knew that's what she was doing and I knew what he was doing, I would have said, look, I'll give you, let's say spot was 20. I'll give you 22 a coin for it, and just bought her coins. I don't want her silverware. But she needed the money. She was this poor old lady, and I felt terrible that he was taking advantage of her. But that's what I don't like. But that's the beauty of this, is you have it. It's always there, and that it's always demanded, right? So there's never an issue. But what do you do when this stops being wanted? And it's happening, and that's the alarming part. I can't even get, it's $5 for Oreos. It's inflating. You're losing value on this. That's the point. So your only form of substitute is this and or your crypto, which I don't relate to, but you got to get out of this. So that's why crypto might be going up, because of the inflation, and people are trying to get out of dollars, and they don't want gold because they either don't know it's manipulated or they think JP Morgan will always manipulate it, and therefore it's never going to go anywhere, but at least crypto will go. That's my guess on that. They don't understand the manipulation by JP Morgan, who I'm sure they're manipulating crypto the same way. Bobby, I think it's a mix between emergency money, as Phil's example above, and others just don't have the patience, give up on it thinking that their investment will never go. They often later regret. Well, it's not an investment. This is not buying Microsoft stock. This is substituting this bullshit for that. This is what you're doing. You're getting out of this and you're buying that. That's all this is. This is a substitution into this. This is the competition. And you're really holding it. This isn't an investment. This isn't Microsoft. So I'm not buying this because I feel it's going to go up to 50,000, which I do. I'm buying it to get out of paper, because I know if I keep 100 grand in the bank account, it's not going to buy me 100 grand. So that's the first thing. I understand the inflation. As I said, if I could have gotten into euros or Swiss francs, I would have, but they're in the same boat. So there was no point in getting into there. I'm going to have to bail out of those currencies. So it left me the only substitution I could make. The only competition is the gold. However, it's not. The 50,000 is the kicker, because JP Morgan's price fixing it. But that's not why I'm really buying it. I'm really buying it because I know this is going to zero, and I'm either fucked with this, or if I do need it. So all my thought is, well, if I do need it, I go back and I get 1,900. That's why I don't care what I paid for it. It's not an invest. I'm not buying it at 18. Oh, it's 2,000. I'm going to sell it and make 200. That's not why I'm buying this. Now I will sell it at 50,000 because I might need the money to buy a car or to buy a house, or I might need to sell silver, to either buy more gold or simply to go to Kroger's. That's the reason I'm buying it, but it's not an investment theoretically. Just like this isn't an investment. This is not an investment. What are you doing with this? So at best, you go to the bank and get a CD for 4%. So then is that I guess that would make it an investment, but then they want to tax that. So here they really aren't going to tax this, but uh, that's what it is. Thank you, Phil. It is great to show how in a tough spot you can always get fiat dollars for your gold if you find yourself in a jam. Well, that's the beauty of it. I can't do it with this. And if I want to do the mantle card, it's the same theory, but I got to go on eBay and sell it to get money, which is going to take a lot longer than going to the gold. But this is insurance, and we know it's heavily demanded gold. That's I think my whole point of the whole thesis. We know it's demanded. We know Russia and China and India have a bunch of it and buy all they can get. We know that because they can't be in dollars because the U.S. is fucking everybody over. That's the straw breaking the camel's back is the sanctions and the war. That's what's doing it. That's why JP Morgan won't be able to hold this down anymore, because they can only hold it down in the US. And for some reason, because the US currency, everybody's gold's priced in US dollars, which doesn't make any fucking sense. Why is Switzerland's gold in US dollars? Why isn't it in Swiss francs or the British pound or the German, well, they're in the euro? Why is it all priced in US? So that's the first thing that all these countries are trying to blow up, because they're stuck in US dollar, which they don't want to be in, and it's being what they call weaponized, where, I'm gonna sanction you, and then I'm gonna raise the interest rates. So I'm gonna fuck you all over the place. So they're like, I don't need it. Imagine somebody telling you what to do. You don't want anybody telling you what to do, so you get away from them. So we're married and our wife's a bitch and she tells us what to do. Well, we divorce her. Well, that's what these countries are doing. They're divorcing the US dollar and buying their own, getting into whatever currency, but they all realize they need the gold. This is the golden goose laying the golden egg is this. That's why we buy it. That's why I say it's going to go up, because all these countries do not want to be held hostage by the US. And the US, I don't know what the fuck's wrong with whoever's running this country. They're all a bunch of idiots. So that's the point. And if you're trapped in this, you're fucked. That's all I'm saying. And the only out is this. And yes, I understand your Bitcoin, but I don't. It's nothing. It's to get out of that, yes, but I'd rather be in this than crypto, because crypto, what did that guy do? I don't know fully, but he fucked everybody over and stole all the cryptos. Okay, it could happen in all the cryptos, right? Because it's all on computer and it's all, somebody hits the wrong button, it's deleted. Oh, you don't have it. That cannot happen. I can never lose this because it's in my hand. That's really the lesson learned. Phil, I think you should maybe focus on that in future classes, perhaps, how you can liquidate it instantly for cash if need be. And two, if you don't need to, you can hold and wait and resist inflation. Well, I think I do that in every class. I talk about the inflation and really try to hammer it home. But this is not, you can't inflate this. So I probably say it in a different way. I say, well, they print this to death, and this is the competition. And I say that all the time, but that's okay. Thank you. I will try to make sure it's more prominent. Unlike crypto, your car, real estate, stocks, etc., unlike all other assets, you can sell gold, silver is the quickest. Another thing that is clicking with me. We'll put it this way. Do I want to buy your car? I have a car. I don't want to buy a car. Do I want to buy your house? I got a house. I don't want to buy a house. So those other assets that you're talking, your car and well, I can't buy your stocks anyway. All you can do is sell your stock on E-Trade or wherever. So you sell your Coca-Cola, and then you got to get the money back into the bank. So that's a bigger pain. But that usually only takes me a few days. But yes, I mean, this is an asset that when needed, uh, I can run to the coin store, get the money, and off I go. And I'll get the spot, which I don't care. But that's always been in the back of my mind was, okay, I'll buy a little bit more gold and I don't have enough cash. I can always go back and pay rent with my gold if I need it. I don't want to sell it now because I know it'll go higher because I know the demand for this is through the fucking roof in the world, not just in the US. And I'm saying is once the US people understand that they need to buy this, that's when it goes to 50,000 because there'll be fucking lines out the door, people needing this because they'll do exactly what we just talked about. They will understand that's their out because they know they need to get out of this. Because if this doesn't have value, you can't hold what okay, then it's just, I might as well have this. The Kleenex will be the same as the. I mean, it'll both be worthless. And this will, if we can get J.P. Morgan out of the fucking way, and this thing would be $100,000 easy with all the demand, based on the demand and the reasons we just said. Everybody would be in gold. Why would you not be in gold? Right? You have no risk. It's easy to get rid of, and it's fucking gold. I mean, there'll always be demand. Phil, also on a side note, is the brokerage firm can and will shut down trading of a stock? I've seen it happen. They say it's too volatile and shut down trading. Illegal, yes, yet they still do it. Yeah, I've seen that. Now, normally it's not for a long period of time. It's just for a day when it's emotional and they'll shut it down and then they tend to open it back up. So I've never seen it for a long time, maybe a few days in 1929, but I've never seen it like, oh, it's closed for 6 months or anything. They just say it's too volatile and manipulated, but basically a hedge firm tells them we're losing our shirt, shut it down, and that's how it goes. Well, that's exactly that's what I'm trying to warn you about with crypto and everything else. It's all Vanguard, JP Morgan, BlackRock running everything. So they can't really run this. If I have it, because I have Russia and China on my side and India, and they have all this gold and they want it to go up. So there's not a lot JP Morgan's going to do. And once everybody's bought it all and 99% of it's been taken physical, right? And if you own ETFs, you think you have gold, you don't have gold. And if you have stock in a gold mine, you don't have gold. And the only gold you have is when you have it right here. When I have it in my hand is the only gold I have. That's it. The ETFs, you'll never get physical out of it. You'll be fucked. That's what I'm saying. So that's all manipulated. So therefore, the only answer is to buy the physical. That's why I say it. I'm already 5 steps ahead of you guys going, okay, I can't go here. I can't go here. So I'm like a chess player, and I've already looked at the moves saying, this is the only move that makes sense. And that's why I'm telling you to do it, because that's the only thing. And I try to give you enough examples and enough explanations so you understand it too. Like Bobby should be able to teach his family, hey, we need silver and this is why. And, your money ain't going to last you. And if you need money, you trade it in. So that's kind of what I'm trying to do. You're right. It's usually temporary, but just when everyone wants to cash out, it's right in your face manipulation. Well, that's what I'm worried about with the banks, right? So I got $100,000 in the bank and I go, okay, give me my money. And I don't have your money. You're fucked. And what are you going to do? The bank doesn't have your money, you're fucked. And good luck getting 100 grand out of a bank that doesn't keep your money. They don't keep any in reserves. It's whatever the Federal Reserve prints. So that's why if I pull 25 grand out of my E-Trade, my retirement account, I run and get like 15,000 the next day as soon as it hits, and then I get the other 10 out. And that's what I've done a few times, where I just go grab all the money, and now it's in my safe. Now I feel safe with it until they say it's worthless. But I think we're going to have a window of it still has value to now it's worthless to, I believe you'll trade it in for the new currency. And that's what I keep saying. This will go away and they'll come out with new currency with a new George Washington on it. And so you'll trade this. So $100 of this will buy you $75 of the new currency. Why? I have no idea. I guess they printed it so bad that it just has no value. And that's what I'm trying to teach you when I say gold was 35. So this was $35 an ounce in 1971, 35 bucks. Now it's 1900. It's the same ounce of gold. This has been devalued by $1,900 because it now takes me 35 to buy it, 1900. That's my point I keep trying to hammer home is this is how you can relate to losing the value on the dollar. Even though it says 100, it's not worth 100 anymore. It's worth $1 or $2. But it's all relative, so you don't see it. This is the only way you see it is when this is worth 1,900 of these when it used to be 35. That's how you see this as value. Otherwise, you don't know. You get $100, you think it's worth $100. This is why the football player, Lamar Jackson, this is why they make $50 million because it's really worth about 10. If you go back to the 70s and your price, Joe Namath's contract was 400 grand, it's probably the same as $50,000 or $50 million. Probably the same if you take the inflation and you adjust the dollars, he's probably making $50 million. That's what it's worth. The 50 million, it takes 50 million to get the 400,000 Namath got. So it's all relative. And you see it on movies all the time when they say, oh, well, this is, Star Wars made, $1 million, but in inflated dollars, when you hear that word, now it's worth $1 billion. And that shows you what's happened, how bad it is. And then this should be worth probably 100,000 now. If they would have let it run, this would be 100,000. So what do? We run and get it and go, fuck, I'm buying $100,000 coin for $2,000. I'm buying a $20,000 silver coin for $25. That's why I run, because I know everything else has moved but that because of JP Morgan, and it can't stay. It's too fucking low. You can't hold it. And eventually it goes through the roof. That's why I laugh when these guys say, oh, it'll be 35. I'm like, dude, you're so fucking stupid. What do you mean 35? It's not going to be 35. It's going to be 20,000 for silver. If you would let it go like everything else from the 70s is now a lot more, that's where gold and silver is. It's just been held down. That's my point with it. And it's just hard to see because you got to understand to think like that and not look at, oh, well, this is $100 bill, so it's $100. Yeah, what does $100 buy you? I mean, that's really the point. By the way, Professor, I was cleaning my attic last night and saw an old college macroeconomics book I have. I just chuckled at it, but I should grab it and read some of it just so we can all chuckle. The first thing I'm going to say to you is it Austrian or Keynesian, which you probably won't know because it probably won't say, but my guess is it's Keynesian. And that's really the problem with economics is how many people even know there's Austrian and Keynesian? I mean, how many people know it's paper gold and physical gold? That's really the problem. So if you can, that's why I just read Adam Smith. That's your Austrian economics and what I've taught you. That's Austrian. The Keynesian stuff is the inelastic crap that I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? I don't know what it means and I don't care. It's how does it affect the market? So like now when I interview, I go, well, is it, is your product a want or a need? Because if it's a want, you're going to be out of business soon. If it's a need, that's a different story. But most products are wants unless they're food. So these companies that call me are all fucked anyway. They're all going. That's why I don't care. They're all going out of business very soon because they're not gonna. Nobody's gonna buy their product, and nobody's gonna have money to buy their product. All right. I am hungry. I am tired, and have a good day, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. Off to the pool. Well, I got to eat, and then I'm off to the pool, do my exercises, and do my stretches and soak. But I'll look for Mr. Communist, Mr. Joe Stalin today. But I'm not going to talk to him. He's, you get the wrath of an INFJ, and you're fucked, and he's fucked. I haven't read it recently, but yes, Keynesian is most likely. We know academia is run by those types. Well, plus, if you start seeing graphs, we don't use graphs in Austrian economics. That's why we can read it. Bobby, looks like we are finding some valuable items in our attics, Phil. First, my WWF title belt. That may be potentially be gold, and now your econ book. See, this is why you don't throw things away. Let's go, Bobby. Life is looking good. There you go. Well, good luck, Bobby. I hope there's a lot of gold. Is it a Hulk Hogan one? It'd probably be worth more if it's a Hulk Hogan or a Ric Flair belt. Then you'd probably get good value on it. All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. I will work on it. I do like the interaction, and it helps me and it helps you because I want you to understand it, but sometimes I understand it, but you don't. And that's the critical point of a teacher is that not to teach, but that you understand what I'm teaching. And that's really the critical part of teaching. Most teachers don't fucking know that nobody gets it, nor do they give a fuck. They, I taught you. Oh, okay, great. Go fuck yourself. All right. I agree, Phil. Life is good. Thanks, Professor Go Heal. You're back. Have a good one. Thank you. You're welcome, guys. Thank you very much. I am glad you enjoyed it. Please ask questions, comments. Again, www.teaserking.com, and we will certainly, you can get my email there if you want to email me. Otherwise, everything else is fine. Let's eat, and then we'll go swim. Okay, everybody. Have a great day. Buy your gold and silver. Good luck on your Philharmonics, Bobby. All right. Take care.